What is up, everybody? Okay, so we might be at an actual boss fight right now, because, you know, last night we did the 5 AP version of the caster guy, and he had all the damage resist, and you couldn't kill him. And then the next fight was another fight with the caster, and Percival has unlocked his NP and all that. So I'm assuming we're fighting him again, and this time you can actually break his health bars or something. I'm assuming if it is the same guy, though, he's gonna have the same gimmicks and stuff with like the debuffs and all that, so I'm gonna give... What do we want to use? Do we want to do double Ushi and be budget about this, or do we want to do like Achilles because it's fun? Oh god, my Ushi doesn't have... Okay, I'm gonna summon Ushi because I already put Ushi up on my other account, but I might then do Achilles. Just because, you know, he may be a 5-star, but he's AoE, and it's a single target fight, so I think it's fair. How are you enjoying the constant force supports? It's not great. Makes the game significantly less fun. Like, team building is a big part of the game, and they're just like, fuck it. Alright, I probably already have my anti-debuff stuff on Salami. I have the Canis interlude on this account. I beat it on my main though, but I literally rolled for Canis on this account just so I could get it. It's not that good of an interlude though, because like the fight with God Juna is a joke. Like it's so easy because like he's so squishy, he doesn't really have his gimmicks. And then the Zeus fight has most of the gimmicks, but he has less health. But he's actually a ruler, so if you use a Berserker or an Avenger, it's incredibly easy because he has less health. But if you don't use a Berserker or Avenger, then you have to deal with doing half damage. It's actually kind of tough. But he doesn't have, like all the gimmicks, I don't think. But it's kind of nice. It's not as awesome though because Zeus doesn't speak, right? Because it's like a memory thought experiment or some shit. So Zeus doesn't actually talk or anything. So you can't like record his voice lines for videos and stuff like that. So it kind of sucks. If I had, I should have recorded all of his voice lines from the story, and then I could have edited them into that fight. That's what I should have done. Wait, did I actually equip the command codes? I don't think I did. Oh, speaking of command codes, so something Lost brought to my attention today, and just kind of building on what we already know. So before I get into this, I'd just like to remind everyone there was that employee that works for DW that was leaking information, and he proved that he worked for DW because he in advance predicted a bunch of stuff that the company did that there was just no way you would guess. And he had said that people had been pulled off of FGO to work on Sakura Wars. So less people working on FGO to work on Sakura Wars. Now that was after the information that we're about to talk about now, which Zal kind of just said there, but in an interview a while ago, they were asked how many people are working on like the systems of FGO, and they answered, DW answered for themselves, 7. Like what? Multi-dollar company, right? Why are there 7 people working on this? And that's like for like systems, and so that's like UI and implementing the monsters and the gameplay mechanics and all that kind of stuff. 7 fucking people. Like that's absurd, right? That's completely absurd. And then they potentially have less now because staff has been pulled off of FGO to work on Sakura Wars. And so yeah, that kind of explains why we don't have a command code UI update, even though it's so obvious that the game needs one, and it shouldn't even be that hard to do, because they have like no staff. Like what the hell? Epic 7 devs. From what I've heard of Epic 7, they have more than 7 devs, so working on the UI and everything. So, dude, I don't know what to say, man. Like that's a complete joke. It's not 7 for the whole game. It's 7 that work though on like the gameplay and the systems and like the technical stuff. You know, they obviously have artists and all this other stuff, but that doesn't have anything to do with like implementing a command code UI or what have you. Oh my god, fucking F go. You know what's the worst is when this happens when you just built a team and you just finished. Because it won't connect to the server until you try to finish building the team. So you could spend a, it's not gonna happen in the middle of it, it'll happen when you're done, you're finally done with the team, and then that happens, and it doesn't save, it does not save what you did for building the team, so you have to do it again. Okay, but yeah, that's insane that with how successful this game had been and everything else, that they hadn't hired more staff. Something that came out pretty early on for Genshin Impact was because Genshin Impact has been so successful, they had said in an interview that, I mean, they had just immediately hired a bunch of new staff. Like, they hired a lot of new staff, and that's a smart thing to do to try to keep up with, the demand of the game and everything. Yeah, the few people actually working on the systems for FGO must be stressed as fuck, dude. Like, that's so understaffed. Alright, let's put Merlin on this, and then we'll do debuff clear. Now we'll do the anti-stun. That's what we'll do. Because I'm assuming this boss will stun. Although in before we're fighting like some caster mook, and like he's escaping or some shit. I don't think so though, because like the cutscene was so short with Percival unlocking his spear and everything. So I think we're like just gonna fight him again. Yeah, I think Aniplex is a big part of the problem for DW. And Aniplex is pretty notorious for being shit like that. I think this guy counted as male. Of course this is equipped to somebody else. It's probably on Salam, but I thought I had taken... No? Who the fuck is it on? Is that on Gwen? Nope. Oh, joy. There we go. Well, that's probably the fucking spoiler, everyone. I just saw it. Oh my god, what is wrong? Why would you say that? What is wrong with you? Read the fucking title. That's probably what Rex was deleting the other day. God damn it. Why would you blurt that out? Like, I'm obviously not far enough in the story to have seen that. What is wrong with people? Good lord. Oh my god, and because that's clearly something that happens in the story because it's not available like from the menu or anything. Way to go, jackass! Jesus Christ, man. I absolutely can blame the guy, like, that's in the fucking title. And it's obvious that it's part of the story. It's probably like a thing that happens in the story. Like, who does something cool or whatever and gets the buff, because it's not in the menu. The game's not like, hey, we got new interludes or strengthening quests for characters. Like, what the fuck? I'm clearly not far enough in the story for that. I think I had a bunch of ads on Discord that I never got because they either got deleted or something, so that's probably why. Also, I get added a lot in the spoiler channel and I just never read them because I'm not an idiot. Oh, we get one of these. I like how the sound effects though are tied to the music for some reason. That's not normally what his NP looks like, but it probably has more than one function. That didn't seem to do a whole lot. I'm assuming, though, that's gonna, like, mess up his regeneration or whatever. Oh, there we go. Yeah, I guess that was the shield or whatever. Get him! Shit, stop the kid! Like, we literally haven't even seen Casterku yet. Dude, I'm so annoyed now. Like, what the fuck? Anyway, okay, let's see. So you don't have to use Caster Oratoria. That's nice. Wish they would do that more often. Percival's not even that annoying. I was gonna do a taunt wall anyway, because this boss, for at least in the prior fight with him, he was completely single target in every way. So taunts are super good anyway. So it's easy to use Percival. He's pretty much just like George, so it's no big deal. Actually, we will replace him with George. Actually, what I might do is do George first. Oh, you can't. I was gonna do George first and give him NP on death. So I get my NPs nice and fast. I could do this. Probably don't need it though. I guess I'll do NP on death on George then and try to get second NP. Let's see. Well, probably actually will do double Ushi. Just not on the front. The budget way to go, though, for this would be double Uchi in the front, I would imagine. And then maybe David. Actually, let's do it like that. Doesn't this account have... I need to level the Canis CD because I think the only one that's not limit broken is level 1, and so it's, yeah, it's way down here. That's super annoying. Like, imagine being a giant Coup fan and getting to experience something hype like him getting buffed in the middle of the story, right? Imagine that, except everyone has to spoil things. Like, the default assumption should be not to spoil people. It doesn't even matter what the stream title is. Obviously, the stream title is no spoilers. But even if you don't read that, you shouldn't be like, oh yeah, this guy's just it's, you know, pretty early in the story. Let me just blurt out shit that happens later. Why would you do that? If I wanted spoilers, I would look it up myself, right? Like, thanks. Punch yourself, maybe you'll forget. Yeah, I wish. Like, remember when we were doing Lostbelt 5, right? And by some miracle, all the hype stuff with, like, Mars didn't get spoiled, and the big fight with Zeus and all that. And, you know, I thought they were going to make Kentoki show up and do all the stuff, and it was going to be, you know, Weep Central, but then that doesn't happen, and then, like, you're like, what's going on? And then it's fucking, you know, Ares / Mars, right? Which in the whole, you know, that was so hype, right? And that was one of my favorite moments I've had in FGO, and, you know, by some miracle that didn't get spoiled, right? Which was really nice, but yeah, that doesn't happen very often. You can't have nice things. And like, remember Sane Caligula? You know, that was a cool thing to run into when we weren't really expecting, right? And like remember, okay, now I know a lot of people aren't going to remember this because a lot of people didn't, it was different on the NA server. But on the JP server, when Shimosa came out, Kojiro did not have an animation update. Everyone was expecting one, and when day one it came out, he didn't have one. and a lot of people were like, damn. But when you actually got to the final boss, which was, you know, the way the story was, it was kind of cool that it ended up being Kojiro and not, you know, all that other stuff. He had his animation update, and it made it obvious it was coming, and then, you know, a few days later they added it. And so, you know, getting to that, you know, blind is awesome, right? But some jackass is just, oh, did you know Kojiro's getting an animation update? You can see it at the end of the story. Like, oh, thanks. Right? Like, why are people always like that? Like, it's like they want kudos for, I looked something up on the internet. Oh, man. I know how to type into Google. Here's your gold star. Like, it's such a thing now where, like, people, if it can be known, you're expected to know it, right? You know, fuck experiencing things for yourselves or figuring things out for yourself, right? If there's, like, a game, like an RPG or an MMO or a gacha game even, like a Genshin Impact or something, you know, stats, it has stats and builds and different setups and stuff, right? And you're playing a certain class, so maybe you're using a certain weapon in Monster Hunter, or you're playing a certain character in Genshin, or a certain class in MMO or RPG or whatever, right? And you're playing it, and you're figuring it out, like, oh, this is cool, right? Trying to see what's up with the character or whatever. And then some guy's like, why aren't you using, you know, the X optimal build that, by the way, I absolutely didn't figure out. I just looked it up online. It's like the known meta build. It's like, yeah, because, you know, everybody wants to do that, right? Anyway, okay, boss time. So it does look like he's pretty much the same. He's still got this giant crit buff. So something about HP. I wonder what that is. And then mental debuff immunity. Now, when we fought him prior, he had a hidden damage resistance buff. You absolutely did not do as much damage to him as you normally would. And then each time he broke the health bar, he got even more damage resist. My guess is going to be when you break the health bar, he's not going to bring the health bar back. And he won't get the extra damage resist, but I bet you he still has the damage resist. Only 183k, that's not enough, right? So I bet you he still has the damage resist. Okay, I might actually have Achilles face tank before Percival, because I want Percival to last a couple turns here. And it's not so bad using my battery skill here. He has like it's not like a full-on NP animation, but it's like a really fancy attack animation. He's all like jumpy, leapy, slashy. I've only seen it in fast mode though. If he does it again, we'll do it in slow-mo so we can see it better. I don't think he's going to be playable though, because he only has one attack animation. I'm surprised he got a sprite though, especially with the Spriggan guy not getting a sprite. I'm truly surprised this guy got one. Maybe he's going to be a more important character throughout the story than we thought, but I guess we'll see. And by the way, that's not a cue to spoil that, by the way. Let's see. I could do Ushi's first skill. She doesn't have... Well, no, yeah, she's got some NP gain. She'll probably get her NP within 3 turns. Big mistake if she doesn't, though. I'm gonna pay attention to our damage here, see if he's got damage resist. Yeah, you can literally see it. You can see the little shell. Yeah, he's definitely taking less damage than normal. Okay, he still heals, so I don't really want Achilles to NP until he can NP with somebody else. Man, this fight really sucks for Percival, though. It really sucks for her. Tanks are good, but it's like designed in a way... It actually feels like an oversight. I think they want Percival to be good here, but he's awful. The boss does like just enough damage to one-shot him, so none of his healing matters. It's pretty annoying, because like this boss just does insane normal card damage. So generally in one hit he kills Percival, which is... It kind of makes the whole thing pointless. Nobody can stop the... I got none of my anti-debuff stuff. I'm gonna cast this because Percival's probably gonna get crowd controlled. He won't be able to cast it later. So it's okay if one of my units, if either Uchi or Achilles gets stunned. If they both, though, that's a problem. Did he buff? If he buffed once, he won't kill me. Oh yeah, that's right. He's got a full turn of invulnerability. It's not Achilles. It'll probably kill me immediately right now. Okay. On the one hand, I can triple NP, but on the other hand, I kind of want to use my anti-stun skill. Well, we're definitely casting this. Chat, what do you think would happen? Like, now that I know what Rex was protecting me from, I'm surprised he shielded me from that as long as he did. What do y'all think would have happened if Lancer Ku was like secretly in the story? Like, you know, Caster Ku turns into Odin or something, and then, you know, Lancer Ku is left or something. And then, now, for God's sakes, don't do this because he doesn't need a buff. But then the, you know, like, big epic moment in the story and Lancer Ku gets buffed, right? Like, I don't think, like, as obvious as it is that you should not spoil that, like, literally, that it could not be more obvious. There's probably no way on earth that would not get spoiled, right? I could, like, unplug my internet when I'm not streaming, and, like, I would plug it in and just be bombarded with ats and DMs in my stream chat, and it gets spoiled, like, 1,000,000%, which is just so fucking lame. Because if, you know, people that, like, here's the thing, if I wasn't a streamer, you don't have to deal with this. Anytime I'm playing, like, another game or whatever, and it's like, I know there's, like, a big new story or whatever, maybe I'm going to play through it slowly or whatever, and I just won't use the Reddit, I won't look it up on YouTube. You know, I won't join a Discord for the game, any of that. And it's easy to avoid spoilers for even big, major stuff, right? Like big movies or video games or wherever, I find it very easy to avoid spoilers for. But for FGO, it's really fucking hard because, you know, I stream it and people just blurt shit out. You just throw the game away until you play it, and you do it all in one sitting, right? It probably still gets spoiled, though. So with the amount of damage resist he has, we probably only need 2 NPs. I guess I save Achilles' then, which means I shouldn't have used his first skill. Although Percival's not counterclassing. Okay, we'll do that. And before this guy's debuff resist is just so much higher than I'm thinking. 78k? Bro, like Ushi's NP damage is super high. And she had, you know, attack up, quick up, and NP up from Percival. Oh shit. Probably should have done Percival's NP there. Yeah, see, Percival just cannot tank this guy, like, at all. I might need to reset and make sure I, put more damage into that turn, because I could have, I just didn't. Bloodborne ain't playing around, yeah. She's pretty likely to get stunned here. I think it tried to stun Achilles, but he had the buff up, so it failed. George doing work. I'm probably gonna have to reset though. You need to just break that health bar nice and clean. And it's not gonna be that hard to do it. Somehow Ushi has not gotten stunned yet. Yeah, we're wasting so many turns now because we didn't break that health bar. And I could have broken it too. Okay, I'm just resetting. That's kind of dumb. Like, I really don't like when they do, like, hidden passives like that. Like, they should just show that he's got damage resist. So I almost never read chat when I'm playing just because I can't, I'm too busy, but, I can tell by herd blurring that people are spoiling shit, because People just literally can't read or listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. I almost want to do default Mystic Code. I just feel like the debuffs are going to be a problem later. Man, Ushi is such a good Grail target. Like, she has such a good stat line, and she has such good skills, and she has an upgraded NP. Like, she is such a fucking good Grail target. Like, she has such universal usefulness. Like, if you're like an Omega Ushi fan, it must be so nice, right? Because first off, she's a 3-star, so you can get her free to play, no problem, get her at her highest potential, you know, NP5, like it's nothing. And then you can 2K foe and Grail and all that to kind of make up for her being a 3-star. And then you get this really nice animation update. If you don't like her normal look, you have the costume, so you have either option, right? And then she's just crazy fucking strong. So yeah, being an Ushi fan's pretty good these days. It used to suck because she used to not have an animation update and she was an albino goblin, but you know, those days are past now. Okay, we'll do Achilles first. That is kind of risky though, but it could be triple attacked. I don't think he could one-shot him though. Got 15k. And not only did she get an animation update, but it was a good one, right? It wasn't like Boudica's. You know, Boudica's kind of sucked, unfortunately. Pretty bleh. But Ushi's is really good. It's one of the good ones. So I've recorded that voice line, and so if I use her in this costume in a video, I can edit in that voice line. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have my ult account Ushi in regular costumes, so she always has the voice line, and then my main account I'll have in the costume. Because the costume is better, but the lack of the voice line is a big oof. That's a big fucking oof. Let's see. Ushi's doing really bad on NP gain right here. Which is unfortunate because she's the main damage dealer, and that means her quick up is going to wear off. I probably shouldn't cast her NP gain up on first turn then, unless she has like both her art cards or it's just a good, you know, an art chain or something like that. Well, I kind of have to have Percival NP because he's going to die here. He has to do more than 30k though for it to amount to anything. Man, I messed up. I shouldn't have cast Ushi's skill. We're gonna have less damage this time, and that's a problem. I should probably just do double Ushi. As much as I like Achilles, he's not really that good here, and double Ushi's better because they're both single target, and they both do NP gain plus, and they both attack at each other, and all that kind of nonsense. Okay. Oh, it looks like there's... I just saw, it looks like there's gimmicks here. When he did his NP, it like, I think it removed... Oh, what?! Oh, fuck you. That's not so fun, game. Like, I get it, it's like thematic, but he removed the crit buff, which is like the whole shtick with this boss. He just completely removed it there. That's cool though. He actually has a different attack animation. So that laser that we kept seeing before was just his crit animation, and he had 100% crit rate, where he looks like he's got a different like melee attack there. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, I'm glad we got to see that. I'm surprised he has that animation though. I bet you we got rid of his damage resist. He has a defense up though. Maybe we have just Ushi NP. Normally I would say Achilles is enough. All right, let's see what Achilles can do here. The cool thing about that though is it lets Percival tank an extra turn because the boss didn't hit as hard anymore. I just wish this stuff would be playable, because it's like, why not? But yeah, a lot of times they make boss enemies and they just give them such shit animations. Like, I'm not expecting them to give them animations on par with a playable unit, you know? But when they just give them like generic particle effects and stuff, it's like, come on, right? Like, it's not, you know, a big part, like, am I crazy? A huge part of video games like this, and especially games like Ninja Gaiden or you know, action games and such, but like, you know, games like this where you're fighting an opponent, right? The enemies need to be cool, right? You want the enemy, because that's what you're dealing with, right? You don't want the enemies to just do like a generic slap every turn. That's not cool, right? That doesn't feel like an intimidating opponent or anything epic or something, right? Like the enemies have to not suck too, otherwise it's boring. Yeah, we actually did double salami. There's another fight with him before that you're not supposed to win. When you break his first health bar, he heals the health bar back. And then he gets even more damage resist, but obviously Salami doesn't care about that. Okay. I wonder, oh good, Ushi has an anti-defense command code. I wonder if she'll be able to... This might look weird, but I'm casting this now just for a couple extra stars, because I don't think she's going to need it anytime soon. Although I could no, we'll tell him with George now. Yeah, I'm basically whiffing her evade there, but Stargen is something. Remind me to put it in slow-mo next turn. I should remember though, because I want to see the boss's NP in slow-mo. I barely got to play Punishing Grey Raven, and I had a fucking massive headache because I couldn't breathe because of, you know, my health issues. So it was pretty slanted to where it was kind of hard for me to enjoy it, but it looked cool. I didn't mind it at all. Off stream though, I was having some control issues, but off stream I was able to mess around with stuff, and I got the controls set up in a way where it should be a lot smoother for me to play it. So I'll play it later. I'm really looking forward to it. Okay, let's see here. Look at all these effects he's got. Well, this will probably be the first video I make for the Lostbelt 6. None of this stuff has been video worthy at all, but this should be video worthy, especially if we go full budget and stuff. And it gives me a chance to show off, you know, Percival and whatnot. So, all right, slow mo. Yeah, it's 4 turns, but that's basically permanent. You're not going to have that many turns left. So I might bring Alex here in the video. I might have George be replaced by Alexander. Because, dude, imagine George dying, and then Alexander removes all of these buffs, and then also stuns him for a turn. Like, that's just amazing, right? Like, I love showing off how good Alexander can be, and this is an Alexander moment. So yeah, the video is probably going to be Percival, because you have to start with Percival. He's 4-story support. So probably Percival, Ushi, or maybe Ricky Boy just to spice it up. Who doesn't like Ricky Boy? But double Ushi is a really strong combo. And then George to replace Percival, and then Alex to replace George. I think that'll be super good. Alright, let's see. I guess we go NP gain. Six would be Ushi or Ricky Boy, depending on who's in the front. I'm not gonna lie, for a generic, you know, enemy, you know, or it's not like it's generic, but for a boss-only enemy that's probably not gonna be playable, not bad, man, not bad. And all between his void shot, his melee smack, and then the NP there, it's pretty cool. I'll try to remember in my video when I record this for YouTube. To when he does his NP, I'll try to put it in slow-mo so you can see it good in the video, and I'll try to, you know, have cool music for him and all that. I might use Bloodborne music for this guy, but that might be too on the nose. I don't know. We'll see. So yeah, Alexander would be really good right now, because we're about to get ripped to shreds. He's got all these crit buffs and pierce vulnerability, so I can't use my thing there. That's not good. We might lose. We might need to put in Alexander. That might be the big shift that we need. I could star bomb here if I wanted to. I don't have a great hand for it though. do that. Yeah, he does kind of have a cleric beast vibe. We'll see. I might. I'll mess around with some ideas. I don't know. It takes. I spend a lot of time on music sometimes where I like just try a lot of different stuff. So we'll see. I want this to be a fun one just because he's got cool animations and it's the first boss fight. It's not a complete joke. I might have Achilles taunt even though he can't do anything with the. Like buying Ushi's a turn is good here. Man, Alex will just make this so much easier. This is actually pretty nasty if you don't have a way of dealing with those buffs. I think we Star Bomb even though we have no Buster card. I think we taunt just to make sure Ushi doesn't die. His NP bar got smaller too. He's got a lot of little gimmicks here. Okay, we got the damage. Okay, we got stunned. Other Ushi's got stun immunity, but I can remove it. Now he has guts. I should save Atlas so Alexander could potentially double remove, right? Use the cooldown reduction on him, because if he does the guts. Is that the 3 stacks of guts? Dude, this is Alexander's moment, dude! This fight is so good for Alexander. Like, I think that's a 3 charge guts. But it's removable. Dude, this is so good for Alex. I have to use Alexander here in the video. I'm just gonna laugh at this guy. It's gonna be incredible. Look, he has a 2-tick NP bar. I've never even seen the UI look like that. I have never seen the UI look like that. It's completely unique. Let's see. I wonder how much health he comes back with. Come on, Ushi, we need damage. Fuck! That's so close, but I don't think that's enough. God damn it! 9k! Yeah, this is a good NP right here. Yeah, 158k, and a little bit of overkill. He only comes back with 10k though. Still buys him some time. We might lose at last second here, we'll see. Okay, his Pierce of Vulnerability is gone though, and we can remove the charm because David is so good. Balanced unit, by the way. Alright, we'll survive his NP then no matter what. Middle Ushi could die though. Cool, it's not like, this is not a super hard fight, you know, this is no, you know, like, Raiko in shooting, it's no Zeus or anything like that, but this is a nice fight. This is like what the typical game, we should have had a fight like this in chapter 4, right? You know, this is kind of a Gwaine tier fight, like, yeah, you don't need anything too crazy, but you need straightforward value, you need to play well, you need to try to save your abilities when they make sense, you need to use units, like, riders or berserkers, stuff like that, right? You know, it's a fight, right? Like, you gotta pay fucking attention. And if you try to solo this, it would actually be quite spicy, I have to say. So yeah, this is good, right? We should have had a fight like this back in chapter 4, for God's sakes. Like, it shouldn't take fucking 15 chapters to have one actual boss fight. Like, Jesus Christ. There are definitely some units that might be able to solo this, though. You couldn't fully solo it because of the Percival thing, but, yeah, you could. I'm sure there's some units that could do this. I actually think Ku can solo this with, Origin Bullet, potentially. The only problem is the Pierce of Vulnerability, but you sync up your guts for that. The issue is it lasts 4 turns, though. That'd be the problem, but, Yeah, Martha maybe, because she's got the buff removal. The only issue is she doesn't have hard survival, and that could be a real problem. Yeah, you'd have to use Percival, but you can kill Percival off really quick like a normal taunt wall. That looks rough. Why did they put so much effort into this guy? Like, is he gonna die here? Like, he's got all these custom sprites and shit. I mean, I'm not complaining. I wish they did this kind of thing more often. It's just surprising. I'm used to like bosses like this just being a nothing. I look like he's gonna live. Or he's trying to get away. Somebody smack him! Muramasa, go hit him! Use the big sword. Walks off screen, dude. Are we literally just letting him walk away? Like, I mean, Muramasa didn't even look hurt there. I mean, surely someone on our team can stop this guy, right? It looks like Percival's trying, but Percival's the one that's really beat up. Well, I think he might be dead. I like how the one person who's fucked up is the only one that chased after him. I know, right? Like, Muramasa looked completely fine there, and he didn't seem to give a shit. Alright, I think Wolf Guy's dead. I think Percival, like, blacked out, but I think he's fine. Muramasa and running don't get along, It's Rome, though. This is the first part of the story that I've enjoyed, right? Like, this was cool. The fact that it took this long, though, is just ridiculous. What was that? Shit. I think that was, the dragon lolly, like, hanging out in the rain there or something. It was only on the screen for 2 ticks, though. Yeah, that looked like, the lolly. What happened to Percival? What's going on here? I wonder if his hair is normally black, and for some reason this Lostbelt it's white, and that's why it's going back to black here. That wouldn't surprise me at all, actually. Like, it's kind of strange that he's kind of young and he's got white hair, right? I know it's anime, but still. His dye expired. I doubt that's the case, but, it's just a phase. The thing is, they found the real Grail, right? Which is completely different from the nonsense and what we normally see in Fate stuff. So we don't really know a lot about that, and I don't know if the writers know a lot about that, so. I have no idea what Aurora's deal is. Wow, they actually got an in-game sprite. That's kind of shocking. I wonder if they drew this a long time ago and they just never used it, or if they actually drew it for this. Bunch of Fate Extra nonsense right here. Is he still alive, or is this a flashback? Surely this guy's not still alive. I think this guy might still be alive. I know his thing seems to be like regenerating, because that was like how his boss fight was. He was regenerating. So he might just be incredibly durable and he's really hard to kill. Which really makes me wonder why Percival was the only one that chased after him there. He threw himself off a cliff? What was that stabbing sound? The screen went black and you heard a stabbing sound. I'm guessing he got stabbed and then Percival blacked out and he just survived the stab and then maybe he threw himself off a cliff. This guy's still being alive. Oh, hi, Beryl. Maybe Beryl will kill him. From what, those are like the. I can't read the translations, and I haven't looked up a lot of stuff online yet because you know, spoilers. But I don't think Beryl likes this guy, so I wouldn't be shocked if Beryl kills him. Although you know, you never know what's going on with who's trying to do what and where. Like just from like their interactions. Yeah, I think they're killing him. Okay, yeah. From their interactions earlier and just like their sprite expressions and stuff, I had a feeling that might be the case. I think we're gonna fight Sith next. I said that a while ago. I thought she was probably gonna be the next major fight. I'm pretty sure Sith is the one that technically killed him, but pretty sure it's Barrel's plot or whatever. He stole our kill, indeed. Gotta get that KD up, you know? Okay, this is back in time again. Oh, Black Knight guy, please be playable. I know, there's no way he's gonna be playable. Like, his sprite just doesn't look like it at all. But for God's sakes, I want to be wrong so bad. That would make such an awesome new 3-star, dude. Fucking crap. Also, the lion dude wasn't actually trying to marry Mash. It was all, he was on our side the whole time, and it was like he was betraying Morgan and stuff. He was actually a bro. Yeah, when you see him, his name is Black Knight. He has an actual name, but like he has like, when you first see him, his title is like Black Knight. The fuck am I looking at right now? It looks like a Binding of Isaac face. Right, you got like the 2 eyes and like the weird mouth nose thing. Like, that absolutely looks like Binding of Isaac. What's with the noise? Yeah, kind of hard to see there. Celtic god? Why is there a Celtic god here? I don't even... Why do they always... Why can't Celtic mythology get its actual... Like, why does it always... Do they just, like, latch it onto other things? Why can't it get its own screen time, for fuck's sakes? Like, yeah, they just, like, have Celtic invasion everywhere instead of doing an actual Celtic singularity. And like, because they keep using them this way, they're not going to do a Celtic singularity like in 3.0 or whatever. Chapter 16. We've had one boss fight. Excuse me, I'm drinking water out of a water bottle, so that probably made a bunch of noise. Yeah, I think Sith will probably be the next major boss fight, and then I don't know what'll happen after that. Maybe then we fight the Knights of the Round for realsies. Well, Fairies of the Round, really. Did someone spoil something again? Fighting an Avenger and a Berserker. Well, the cutscene leading into this didn't really give me much information. I'm assuming this is not going to be a major boss fight, though, because we just had one, so it'll probably be, you know, whatever. Let's go with... We could do Achilles. Guys, when has Protoku ever not been able to do something? Okay, Blobby boys. I have a 45 George again, god damn it. One of these days, although when you get a hand this bad, it's not actually... It's not as bad. I kind of need the extra turn now, because I'm basically skipping one of my turns. Yeah, Protoku got this nice animation update. It's authentic day one. I kind of want to not kill this mob, so that should work. Hey Amalor, thank you for the 25 gifted subs now. Jesus, thank you, dude. Okay. Day one slouch, yep. Got good voice acting. It's very little of it. I think it's NP time. I'm gonna use my first skill because it'll drastically increase my chances of guarding the dots. I'm gonna do Buster Buster. I don't really need crits next turn, even though it's good for NP gain. I want to see if I can kill the other one. Backseating is, you know, backseat driving. It's like you're the passenger, and then you're telling the person to drive, no, go left, no, speed up, no, slow down, no, go, do it. You know, it's that shit. Pretty self-explanatory, I would think. And I didn't guard a single. We have magic resist passive, and then this gives us extra debuff resist, and we didn't resist a single fucking dot there. And I also didn't kill the other mob. We'll use him for overkill next turn. They'll probably update regular Ku and Emiya at some point because their animation updates are very old and they're just not that good. Come on! Bro! How am I not... You got 50% debuff resist, by the way. But apparently not. Yeah, I don't have any curse on me, thankfully, but if I get one, it's gonna do massive bonus damage. I need command codes. Like, they're not beasts, so, and we're class neutral. Oh boy. I'm gonna die to dots for sure. I'm gonna have to give him command codes, I think. I'm gonna do this actually. Their hit counts being so low is kind of an issue. Wow, I thought their crit was 2 hit count, but their crit is actually just 1. I should have casted that last turn. Guarding those would have been really helpful. Okay, at least we killed that one. That's a lot of damage. That was our first guard. Now we guard everything. I mean, I'll take it, but game please. Come on, big crits, big crits. We have crit up. Decent. Man, if I had command codes and like crit damage up there, I could have pretty much killed him right there. I think we're gonna die to dots this turn. Yep, I think we're gonna die here. Which sucks, because I think we win next turn. Yep, we had PFA, so he couldn't have killed us, and we were gonna kill him next turn. So if I had just had one dot removal command code, or even just a debuff clear command code, we would have won that. These guys are actually pretty good at ganking you when you're soloing because there's only one target, so they just stack up dots so fast and so high. Like, I've noticed if you don't have anti-debuff, you can die to these guys in a solo really easy. In team play though, the damage is so spread out, like the dots go all over the place, so no one really takes that much damage. He doesn't really need other command codes, but I'm going to give him them just because it's cool to see him perform better. Of course, what I want to give him is on someone else, because this game. They're not servants, and I'm sure they don't have gender. Actually, if you gave Jekyll and Hyde really good command codes, because you can get through the first wave with taunts, he might be able to do this, because he'll do bonus damage to the Avengers. The problem is the second wave. It'll take him a while, and although he has extra health, that would be a real problem. But with really good command codes, he might actually be able to solo this stage. But it would definitely be tough. Because everything with Jekyll and Hyde is tough. I like how with just a single one of these, which you get from FP summon for crying out loud, you can solo that U fight in Lostbelt 3 and incredibly easily. So apparently the anniversary's in like 6 days. Which makes me think the second banner is just going to be part of the anniversary, but there might be a lot rated up then, right? But I do think that's when you're going to see Oberim and, how do you say her name? And then probably whatever other thing they're hyping up, which might be, you know, Vinch, might be Kodamine / Rasputin, be some other crazy shit we're not thinking of. I think it's like the information starts coming out in 6 days, right? But then like the big stuff is like a week after that, because they're like doing a stream every day until like the big stream, which is in a week. So it's like 2 weeks for the big thing, but some of the earlier stuff will come out before. How has nobody got a proper George up? Might need to slot mine. I don't think we even really need. There we go, max for the save. I was like, this isn't that hard of a stage, so it's not that big of a deal, but I still have a 45 George. I think if Kodamine shows up at any point during Lostbelt 6, then he'll probably be rated up. And he might be even if he's not, because they rated up Caster Artoria before she was actually in. I do apologize. There'll probably be some dead air when I'm streaming today, just because I have to focus on breathing, because throughout the stream, if I don't breathe enough, it really makes problems, so Because of my breathing issues, I can't breathe through my nose very much. And if you breathe through your mouth, you can't talk. So, you know, it is what it is. Okay, no, I need you to actually attack George, though. Okay, I need to not kill him this turn again. Boy, PFA is great and everything, and hard survival is great. I can never say your fucking name, Akaya Cobb. Thank you for the gifted sub. Anyway, hard survivability skills are really good and everything, but these guys kind of counter it because their dot goes through it. So it's a little nasty. Oh, is NA about to go into that period where they were just spamming reruns? Although they're still kind of doing that. Hey, Red. We have so many people named Red. It's getting out of hand. I don't even understand. I've seen science that shows that, like, you know, blue is the most popular favorite color, right? By a good amount. And when you break the data down by, like, different groups or different gender and stuff like that, it changes some. But overall, blue is the super popular color. And red is somewhat popular, right? Like, red is somewhat popular, but it's not that popular. Now, I'm not hating on the color red. I think the color red is awesome, right? I think it's really cool. But it's crazy that we just have so many fucking people in our chat named Red, and we have like one. We know we have like 2 people with blue, I think, and I think I'm the only green. Other than green can't read this, but that doesn't fucking count. Purple gang, yeah, purple's decently popular. Okay, let's see. I see a decent number of green names in chat, which I presume would be people that prefer green for the most part. I like how you say blue supremacy, but your name is red. Okay, do I do my crit up buff? Yes, because 1, we have crits here, and 2, I'd like to not get debuffed into next year. Okay, last time we failed to kill that 50k one, but I think we'll get it here. You know, pink is not a bad color. It gets a bad rep. I don't even know why, but like pink's a perfectly fine color. I think it's used poorly though. I think pink is often used really badly, but it can be good. You probably have your name set to random or something. Because for me it's red, and let's see on the VOD, like on the preview, I think it's yellow. So yeah, I think you have it set to random. Green is like, it's a popular favorite color in certain subgroups, but in total, it's not that common of a favorite color. It's not like super low or anything, but it's not a super hype color, which, you know, but for me, it's the only color that I like super like, so it is what it is. I like color in general though, but green is really special to me, so. I regret everything right now. The only good thing about that is we get, our NP, but we lost PFA because of that, and we got a dot. I can remove the dot though. Probably should have done a little bit more damage there last turn. I'm a big fan of tan and browns. Again, I think they're used poorly a lot of the time, but that might even be my second favorite color. Like they're pretty great. And there is a mech in Gundam. It's called a Serpent, and it's a mass-produced one, which I always like the mass-produced ones more anyway. And its main color scheme is tan and dark brown, but then it has like a green visor. Like it's got a nice like shiny glowy green visor. It's like the best thing ever, right? I fucking love it. So it's like all the good shit right there. And they can hover. They don't do that pleb walking stuff. They hover. They like these cool jets in their like legs, and they can hover around, so they can like hover sideways while facing in a different direction, right? That's so practical. Obviously, because grunts can't be cool though, it never amounts to anything. But you know, in actual combat, that would be super practical. So, okay, let's see here. Do I want to redistribute my stars? I've got 40 and 50 on my quicks, so I don't think so. But I want to use Atlas because I need my anti-debuff. I don't have defense up this turn, so I'm going to do invulnerability. No, I do have defense up. That's right. Okay, no, we'll save it then. Yeah, if you're going to face tank a turn, you might as well do it on a turn where you still have your defense up. A lot of people forget that Q and Proto Q have a defense up, but they do, and it's pretty handy. So this one technically does more damage than the other one because he's level 51, but he's slightly harder to kill. I'll go for him first then, though. White and yellow's fine. And I like Percival a lot. He's cool. I'm gonna grail him. Yellow works really well when it's in small amounts, and it can work when it's like gold, right? In large amounts, like with Gilgamesh or something, that can work. But you do have to be careful with yellow. I've seen a lot of yellow stuff that just looks kind of ridiculous and garish. Okay, now we do this, and more defense up, because it's not going to last very long, let's be real here. These command codes are making this so much easier. Like, you can see clear as day, they're making this a million times easier. Like, where before I was on the ropes right now, and here I've barely taken any damage. Yellow and black is awesome. Like, if you've got like a knight or something and most of his armor is black, but you've got like, you know, maybe a yellow plume or something, you know, maybe, you know, some glowy visor that's yellow, shit like that, you're getting fantasy with it, that can look really badass. Like, I'm a big fan of that. It's true for a lot of things with black, but there are a few colors that really, really go well with black, and I think yellow is definitely one of them if it's used as like a highlight. Now, if the primary is yellow and the highlight is black, that's not so good. That looks like construction work, right? That's not so good. Yeah, that's getting into some bumblebee territory. It's not the same at that point. All right, still no invulnerability because we got the defense up and we have a decent amount of health here. And like what I just said was like, you know, black armor or like a black mech or whatever that's got, you know, highlights of yellow. That's really true for pink too. I think pink actually works super well with black like that. Not used that way very often, but yeah, I'm not a fan of when they do all the lolly nonsense, but they don't always do that, right? They do stuff like Percival and Achilles and all that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm definitely in the same camp where I don't like when you take all these cool famous things and turn them into lollies or whatever. It's kind of like, you know, Van Gogh and everything. It's kind of shite. Some of the lollies are just OCs though. Like the Lancelot in this is not Lancelot. It's literally not Lancelot. It's just that's a lie, right? It's just like Antonio is not Mozart Alter. You know, she's something else. And you got like Chloe and everything. That's all OC stuff. But you know, you got like shooting that. If you read what that she's actually based on, right? It's like, why is this a lolly? It's ridiculous. I might as well invulnerability now just because the fight's about to end. We might win right here. Kind of depends on crits. Really though, if you look at the top earners, none of them are lollies, actually. If you look at throughout FGO's life. Like Ivan the Terrible beat most of the lollies. Ivan sold surprisingly well, actually. I think a big reason why Ivan sold well was, one, that was back in more of FGO's heyday when it was more popular and everything. But also just because there really wasn't ever another character like him. So it was appealing to a certain like demographic that had never been appealed to, right? Like, you know, a lot of guys like their monster toys, right? That's pretty normal. Like a lot of the most popular characters with men and like Smash Brothers and stuff is like Ridley and K. Rool and that kind of stuff. You know, so I'm not that surprised that Ivan's super popular, and then he just what a design, right? Like, what a design. And he was rated up with Antonio. Antonio is very popular for a 3-star. Let's see, who else was rated up with Ivan? What was the 4-star? I don't remember. Or did he even have a 4-star? Was it just him and Antonio? They normally try to throw in a 4-star. Because maybe the 4-star was something popular. It was just Antonio? Really? That is shocking to me that he did that well if he did not have a 4-star. Because that happens all the time where a 4-star is pretty popular. And so maybe the 5-star is more popular. But of the people that don't like the 5-star, because there's always people that don't like the 5-star, right? That's always a thing. But they might like the 4-star, right? That's why they do it. And so that can really help your sales out, right? So I'm surprised Ivan did as well as he did when he didn't have a fucking 4-star with him. That's crazy then. That's really impressive. Ivan outsold Muramasa. I'm serious. If you look at the month that Muramasa came out and the amount of money it made versus the month Ivan came out and the amount of money it made, Ivan made more, and by a good amount too. But yeah, a lot of their big money earners are almost never lollies, actually. It's normally stuff like, you know, Jalter and Ishtar, Gilgamesh, Achilles, Edmund, you know, Masashi, you know, Nero, you know, you know the waifus, right? But yeah, Ivan was up there. Ivan did quite well. You know, summer banners. Yeah, summer banners always do really well. It's super hard to tell though where the money is being aimed at for summer banners because there's so many summer characters being added at once. You don't really know which ones are popular, but just one of them is amongst, you know, I guess different demographics and stuff. So summer always makes them a lot of money, but yeah, lollies actually generally don't make them that much money. I mean, they make the money, sure, but just anime shit, man. A big part of the you know, them losing more money in FGO though is just like a lot of content has slowed down. Like it's a lot of stuff, right? Like obviously there's been a lot of like negativity, I think, with just the way the game's been handled and such. You know, some people are still happy with the story and everything, but the story only comes out every 6 months or so. But there's been a lot more competition, right? Okay, here's the thing. Let's say FGO is being ran super well, right? Let's say FGO is being ran. There we go. It's a better face. Let's say FGO is being run perfectly, right? No issues whatsoever. You know, Dreamland, right? They'd still have some degree of a profit drop and a player base drop, right? Because there's just so much more competition. There's so much more competition. You have Genshin Impact and all these other games coming out. That's always going to cut into your player base. It's just, it is what it is. Other people are going to, people only have so much spare time and that kind of stuff. So no matter what, they were going to lose some of their player base, right? Even if things were going well. And I you know, things have been kind of suspect, right? So that makes it even worse. So it's just, you know, as things go on, you know, they're going to lose momentum, generally speaking. Now, you can do things to reinvigorate games and stuff from time to time, but they've just never really done that, right? They haven't really done anything to, you know, really give it a boost, right? So it's kind of just, you know, it's kind of just trickled and gone down a little bit over time. You know, it's just kind of eroded slowly, which sucks, but, I mean, it is what it is. And I'm always hoping they'll turn it around, but they have not really done that. Because they never add new game modes, they never, you know, they haven't done anything. They've been copy-pasting the same formula for this game for so long. And they don't even have an account system. This game is very unappealing to new players, I'll say that. No account system, no safety net, right? People get into it because of Fate, and that's about it, right? That's about the only entryway into this game that's going to be appealing to people. Like, every other game has pity systems, every other game has other game modes, you know, all that stuff. What is going on right now? Oh, it's like a dance or something. That elf was dancing with the werewolf guy. The thing is that when it goes to like #1 profits, that's just copium, right? It's not about getting, all kinds of games are #1 many times throughout the year. It's not about 1 month, it's about your overall performance. Also, I really have to stress this because people are, I'm sorry, but people are just fucking stupid. App earning reports don't actually show what's going on that well, especially with today's market, because now you have games putting themselves out on PC and you get no data on the kind of money they make from PC. You don't get anything, right? Like most of Genshin's Impact's money comes from PC. like absolutely, every time they do polls and stuff, the majority of people that spend money on Genshin Impact do it on PC. Now, some people play on PC and still spend on mobile just because it's easier to like, use the Play Store and stuff that way. But a lot of people just use PayPal and shit. None of that stuff is tracked by us and stuff. Obviously, the company tracks it, but they don't give us that information. So just the app earning report is not the full picture by any fucking means. And FGO, if you look at its average rankings for just the app earnings, right? So we're not talking about other methods of making monetization. But if you look at its money in prior years, it used to be number one so often. And when it wasn't number one, it was number two or maybe number three. Now it hangs out at 8, 9, and 10 all the time, and then sometimes spikes up to 3 or 2 and maybe 1, but very rarely 1. Very rarely has FGO hit number 1 again. It does occasionally, but when it's not number 1, it's fucking like 8, 9, 10, maybe 5. Its average placement is so much lower than it used to be. Arcade has fucking nothing to do with it. There's like no overlap between it and Arcade, and that's a different publisher and everything else. And yeah, that's another thing what Lost just said. A lot of times it's only for 24 hours. It's not even their total earnings for the month and stuff. Like, it's just copium. And I get it. People don't want the game to die. People don't want... it's not stolen content. A lot of that content was made for Arcade, and it would not have been made otherwise. Right? It would never have been created otherwise. Because it's just Type Moon working with a different company. It's just like when Type Moon works with the writer of Bakano to make the Fate Strange Fake stuff, right? It's not stolen at all. And I do think a lot of the arcade stuff will make its way into regular FGO eventually. I suspect Sega, because Sega is the publisher for Arcade, I think Sega has a time exclusive deal with Type Moon. There's no way to know that, and neither company of Type Moon or Sega has to tell us this. But it's very common behind closed doors, and we never learn about it, that there is timed exclusives like that. I suspect things in Arcade have to stay in Arcade for like a year or something before they can put it in regular FGO or whatever. Because of course Sega's going to try to negotiate something like that. Hell, if Sega can get away with it, if they have enough leverage, they'll make it permanently exclusive to Arcade if they can. Now, I doubt Type Moon will bite on that, but maybe they do, who knows. But yeah, I mean, Sega's going to try to, play the business as best they can. The thing is, the new director, we don't even know what he's going to do. For all we know, the new director is going to want to start new projects that have nothing to do with FGO, and he's going to focus most of their money and staff on those, right? We have no idea. Now, maybe he looks at the company, he's like, wow, that Soccer Wars game you guys tried to make failed in 5 months, but this FGO game's still making money, we should focus on that. Maybe he sees it that way. But that guy has, like, no experience in the mobile game area anyway. He makes fighting games. So, I'm not... Maybe he, we'll see. Maybe he does make good decisions and turns the company around, but maybe he doesn't. We have no idea. We'll just have to see. I know all 7 of them. It's kind of depressing, man. But we won't see the fruits of the new director's labor for a while. Yeah, it wouldn't shock me if he makes a Fate fighting game. But the thing is, DW doesn't own the rights to Fate, so he can't even make a Fate fighting game if he wants to. He has to work that out with Type Moon. And I have a feeling Type Moon wouldn't do that, even though, because like right now they've got Melty Blood coming out. They don't want to cannibalize that and that kind of thing. So it's probably going to be a while before you'd see another Fate based or Tanasu based fighting game. It'll happen at some point though. Oh god, murder them. What is wrong with this woman, by the way? Like, I like how when she's in combat, she wears like a normal fucking dress that you might wear at like something like this, and then when she's at this, she wears that. What is wrong with this woman? Also, can we like murder them now? Also, I accidentally killed the music. Well, we had an actual boss fight, so that was nice. That'll be the first video for Lostbelt 6. I can't even believe that. I was looking for something to make a video and just nothing was worth it, but yeah, that fight was actually something. So definitely never getting that visor, by the way. Might get the other one, but definitely not that one. Although I'm leaning towards you're not getting that visor, even though it has in-game art and even card art. I don't know, maybe if there's enough requests for it, maybe they'll do it. Yeah, this one looks pretty photoshopped. The other one looked better. Yeah, they did do the glasses for Lee, so that's where the hope is for people that want it. I don't give a flying fuck about that character though, but I want the people to get what they want. So I know a lot of people want the visor. So what I would do, I would give her a visor costume because the art's already done. They don't even have to do anything. It already has the art for the portrait. They have the in-game sprite art and they have the card art. So there's literally no reason not to make it available. And what I would do is if you're wearing that costume, your third skill doesn't make you go to your third form and change your NP. So because I've seen a lot of people say they don't want to do that. Right? Now, sometimes there's a whole gameplay thing with that can be good. But yeah, that'd be cool if you have the visor, you just don't, the third skill won't transform you. I think that would be, giving people that option would be quite nice. And maybe it happens, we'll see. This is a long fucking chapter, by the way, of just talking. At some point we get to fight, I'm sure. Okay, it's only 5 AP though. So this is more like a preview or something. I don't think we're ever getting Archer Hercules. I hate to say that, but I don't think we're ever getting Archer Hercules. I wish we would, and I want that really bad. I think if we ever get another Hercules, we're getting Avenger Hercules. Which sucks, because Avenger Hercules isn't even Hercules, right? He's just like altered fan fiction nonsense. Yeah, I don't think we're getting it. Because if they were going to add him, they would have done it in Lostbelt 5. The Archer Hercules was literally in Lostbelt 5, and they jumped through hoops to contrive the story in a way that we never saw him, and, you know, it was completely unused. So, yeah, that was their chance, right? So, I don't know, maybe they'll surprise us with something. I tell you what, how about... Okay, hold on, chat. This would be pretty big brain, and I'm not gonna lie, this would be epic as fuck. And this is something that could make their, like, finale of Lostbelt a lot better than, like, just copy-pasting Solomon, right? So let's say, you know, we have Lostbelt 7, and then let's be real, there's probably going to be something after Lostbelt 7, how there was something after Babylonia, right? You have the Solomon Singularity, and you had all the servants, you know, big, you know, Avengers moment, right? So what if you have something kind of like that, where we, you know, we work with things from that were, you know, from previous Singularities or whatever, there's just a big epic fight or whatever, but because Archer Hercules was technically in Lostbelt 5, he's just dead before you ever get there, right? What if they actually put him in there? Now, this sounds like copium. I actually think this is copium. They're not going to do that. But that would be awesome, right? Like at the big finale, right? You get fucking Archer Hercules, and no one, because no one would expect that, and that would be so badass. Like fucking fine. But yeah, no, that's copium. That's copium. This is not happening. Like, if Nosu wanted to write normal Archer Hercules, they would have done it by now, so. And see, the writer of Fate Strange Fake, he even said the reason he didn't use Archer Hercules and did the whole stupid Avenger Hercules thing was because he didn't feel like he should be the one to write it. He specifically said Nasu should do it. But Nasu had the perfect opportunity to do it, and he didn't do it. So... You know, my only hope here is that was like a bait, right? They wanted us to think they're not doing it, and then they actually do it. But, yeah, I don't know, it's not looking so good. Maybe in 3.0, but, we'll see. You know, I don't think copium lost meaning at all, because literally what we were just saying is what copium is supposed to be used for. People like say what I see is the opposite. People acting like copium's lost its meaning when every time it's used, it's being used exactly the way it's supposed to be used. So I feel like the reverse of it is true. It's like it's it's false hope. It's it's copium. It's opium and coping, right? Like you're like it's like there's no way we're getting Archer hurt. We're trying to come up with bullshit ways to get Archer hurt. That's copium, like 100%. Okay, what is the fight here? I think maybe it's Sith. Like, that's something I can think of. I don't know why we'd be fighting here, but I don't know why we're here in the first place, to be honest. This is where, like, the auction was, I guess. And we fought Sith here before, so I'm expecting us to fight Sith here. At least Archer Herc got a design, and we saw him for, like, 1 page in Fate Strange Fake. Are we fighting? Why though? Game, we've seen this already, and like what I don't even. And if anything, that looks more normal than what she was wearing before. The hat's not as good though. Oh joy. Oh joy. This looks like a great boss fight right now. Well, this is some crap. Why does she have stilts, by the way? Like, it's not shoes, right? Her thing is she likes shoes a lot. That's fine. That's not shoes. That's stilts, right? All of her other forms have shoes. That's fucking stilts. It's so random, dude. I feel like it's just them trying to be weird, right? They're just trying to be weird. That's my. I know she's a super fan of heels. That's not heels. That's stilts, right? All the other stages have heels. That's stilts. It's like them trying to make a weird design for the sake of it. It's so random. Why is Beryl here? Why is the first fight with Beryl as the enemy master like this, by the way? Is WWE Please gone? I don't know. Anyway, let's get to the fighting here. Let's see. So she has some kind of attack up, potentially apply something on attack, probably something like a debuff at 3 turns, looks like. Has NP. We're ranked 10, I think. We'll do this. Get the ball rolling. I think people get way too anal about, like, honestly, I think this just like exposes people for like having really insane insecurities, right? Like, people get mad because people criticize FGO and use DW please or whatever. Like, I'm sorry, like that's just, you're being an insecure twat. Like, I don't care how people use emotes. I've never complained about that in my entire life because it's stupid, right? I don't care if people use copium or some other popular emote, and if I think they use it in a bad way, that doesn't affect me. People can be stupid if they want to be stupid. It's like, if somebody uses a hammer really dumb-like and they start smashing their own hand or whatever, I don't hate hammers. Because I'm not a child, right? That's ridiculous logic, right? Like, it's irrelevant. You know, I don't get personally attacked because somebody says Bakuno has flaws in it. Because, one, Bakuno does have flaws in it, right? So, who cares? And if someone's like, man, I really don't like Bakuno, and then they point out flaws in it, fine, right? Now, those flaws might, if they're legitimate flaws, that still may not be enough of a reason for me to dislike Bakuno, but if that's why they don't like it, that's fine. I don't feel even remotely attacked by this. That's just, it's life. Some of my best friends in real life, some of my personal friends in real life, we disagree on a few things on like if a game is good or not, or if an anime is good or not, or if a movie is good or not, and who cares? Like literally, who cares? Right? Like that's nothing, right? And I see so many people acting like personally attacked or just like offended, or they, you know, just because somebody criticizes something they like, or because they use an emote in a way they don't like. It's just stupid. That's childish, and that completely looks like insecurities to me. You have a lot of like insecurities, and you're taking that, you know, so you're taking it out. You're presuming on other people, right? Like you're acting like they're attacking you when they're not, right? They're just talking about something. Like if they like something or don't like something, which is nothing. It's same thing with politics. Absolutely, exactly the same thing with politics. Much worse though, like significantly worse with politics because, you know, I guess it's more important and people hold it like even more dear and people get even more, you know, invested in it and whatnot. Okay, I have a feeling they don't want you to win this because we kind of getting our ass kicked right now. Wish I wasn't at 98%, but what are you gonna do? And I totally get, for example, there's been times, and I'm not very close with a lot of my family. A lot of them are just not the kind of people I'd want to associate with. But there's been times where I've been around them or whatever, and I don't like the way they're behaving or what they're saying or whatever. And if it's something relevant to me or they're talking to me, you know, I might voice that. But, you know, if I'm like at a gathering or something and I don't like the vibe, man, I'll just leave, right? And I'm not gonna freak out. I'm not gonna try to make a scene. I'm not gonna slam the door and like, oh, I'm leaving, like that's important. You know, they probably don't even care, and fair enough. Like if I'm like, yeah, I don't really, you know, this ain't my scene, I'll just go somewhere else and do something else. You know, I'm an adult. I get to do that. It's nice, right? And I see so many people like they're trying to make a stink out of the fact that they don't approve of something, and like, you know, wow, but if you want to, you know, voice an opinion, like you disagree with something, whatever, that's fine, that's totally fine. But people basically want to get kudo points because they're like offended, right? It's not a matter of them saying, oh yeah, I don't agree with this because of X, Y, and Z. It's like, wow, you know, this offends me, and I'm leaving, and you know, this is supposed to be like some big thing. It's like, who gives a shit? Like literally, who gives a shit? It's like, and again, it's all fine to criticize something, right? Like I've criticized Reddit and it's like format, right? With the whole upvote, downvote system, I just don't think that's a good system for like people communicating, you know, because it basically censors people and stuff like that. But so I just don't really use Reddit very much. I don't care if other people use Reddit. Good for them. That's fine. I enjoy the memes or whatever, right? That's not a problem. Like literally not a problem. I'm not offended that Reddit exists. I actually would be up if I could hit a button and destroy Reddit. I wouldn't. I absolutely wouldn't, right? Because a lot of people like Reddit, right? Like, why would I do that? That's stupid, right? Just because I don't particularly, you know, like using it for like, you know, what I want out of the internet or whatever, that doesn't mean it. And, you know, I can vocalize my reasons for doing that, right? I can articulate why I don't, you know, Reddit's not my cup of tea, but I'm not, if I'm associating with someone that likes Reddit, I'm like, oh my God, right? Like, it's just, it's silly. Okay, so I'm gonna get my NP this turn no matter what. So I kind of want to do art cards anyway though because I have art up, so I guess we just do this. I'm pretty sure they either want you to just break the first health bar or they want you to lose. We shall see. It's certainly possible to break this first health bar though. The hard part is just the dots. Okay, that's actually nice. We get 2 hit invulnerability here. And then if we have nothing for her NP, I'll do Mystic Code invulnerability. Like, having opinions is great, and by all means voice them, but getting offended by other people's opinions I just think is nonsense. And I think if you get really upset or uncomfortable when you just hear opinions that are different than yours, you have deeper problems, right? Like, it should not be inherently a problem because someone says they don't like a thing that you like. You know, it's one thing if they're like saying they think it's okay to murder people, right? That's a pretty normal thing to get uncomfortable about. But if it's just like, if someone in your vicinity like doesn't like a thing, okay, now we're just cheating. Now we're just straight cheating. Okay, so if we wanted to actually beat this, I feel like you would need command codes now, because, or command spells, right? Because, we're getting kind of strong-armed here. So if I do one art card, I'll get the extra hit on my NP. Wait a minute, isn't the game stupid? Doesn't it take silver over gold for invulnerability? Like, it's not like PFA under invulnerability. Like, it takes the silver one first. No? Does it take gold first? Because if it takes gold first, that's much better. Because you don't want it to eat the charges of your silver stacks. I think it does. I think the game is stupid. It'll eat the silver stacks. Silver first? Yeah, that's what I thought. A few people think it's not that way. I almost want to do it just to science it. But I'm pretty sure it does that. The problem is I kind of need to NP because I need... Okay, you know what? We'll science it then. Because I need to NP to get rid of the dots. However, that means I should not have cast the Mystic Code Invulnerability. Because I could have done one art card, NP art card, and that would put me at... give me an art chain, and so I'd only be a few percent off 200%. The one art attack would get me 200%, and then I get the 2 hits, right? So I wouldn't have taken too much damage here. But it's because it's like because the silver one lingers. That's why it's bad if it takes silver first. Because I'd rather it gold absorb the hit and then have silver for next turn. But I'm pretty sure the game just doesn't do that for invincibility, unfortunately. I think it takes silver over everything. Like, it'll take silver even over, you know, evade, which that's pretty standard for how invade and invulnerability interact. But like, on pretty much any circumstance, I think it does it this way. Yep, that's silver. You can see it. That's silver. Yeah, it's not... So that, yeah, look, my one hit of silver is already gone. So, like, that was kind of a pointless NP, aside from the debuff clear. I'm pretty sure nothing will happen if you lose this fight. But I wonder if you get, like, some QP or an archer statue or something if you win. Because you definitely can win this. But I think you'd have to use CS. If I don't die this turn, I can invulnerability again. I wish you had to win this fight. I mean, maybe you do, but I bet you don't. But I wish you had to, because you'd have to really min-max if you did. The dot is really what's fucking me up. This stage only costs 5 AP, which is why I'm quite sure you don't need to beat it. Just don't kill me this turn. Oh boy. Well, I think I don't NP. That dot's not gonna kill me yet. All the crits! Get fucked! Well, you do get loot. Okay, that gives us 300%, which is really good. Clear the debuff. We can't take any damage here. I have to kill this thing next turn. I think I still have art up and attack up though, so I think I can do it. That was so close. If she healed herself with her NP, this would have been a lot easier, but then Joan of Arc would be out of a job, so... It has 500 health left. Woo! So, does anyone know if you can lose this, or do you have to beat it? Because if you have to beat it, then I actually like that, because then you have to actually get kind of... Because anyone can beat this. Anybody can beat this, because she's a preset unit, and, you know, at this point in the game, of course, your default Mystic Code is going to be rank 10 and stuff, and I think that'd be enough. Like, I think default might have been better here because of the heal. You have to win? That's good. I like that, actually. That's a kind of a fun solo fight. It's not super hard, obviously, but you gotta play meta. Like, you actually have to use your skills in an intelligent way. Like, that was enough enemy value there that you have to be intelligent with your stuff. I do think default's probably a bit better, though, just because... It's hard to say, because the dot clear is good, and then it's kind of diminishing returns with her own NP. So, you know, So yeah, default or Atlas is probably the way to go, I think. Now that's not the first fight. There was a fight earlier with the wolf guy. That was a real fight. That's a face right there. I guess she's shocked that she lost, even though we cheated, or they cheated, right? They had the ad there. Although we have the Mystic Code, I suppose. Yeah, I guess there's blue cubes too, but fuck that. I would, if they were gonna do 4 story supports and stuff like that, I wish they would do that like we just saw more often, where you have to play the unit properly. Like, I think that's fine, because it's a preset unit, right? She's 10, 10, 10. You know exactly what you're working with, so you can design it in a way that can be fair, but you gotta, you know, think a little bit, right? And that's good. That makes a solo fight fun. And if you don't want to deal with it, maybe you're not familiar with Castoria's toolkit, you don't want to sit there and get meta about it, you do have the blue cubes for that, right? So I don't mind that kind of stuff. If they were, I don't want that to be like standard gameplay for FGO or anything, but if they're going to do fights, forced solos with NPCs every once in a while, doing it like that is the right way, right? I think that's a lot more fun than some of the forced solos they've done in the past that are just so easy you could not lose, right? That's not interesting. Like, you could play super meta and win, or play like a dum-dum and win, right? That's not great. There are so many, like, kiddos in this story. Yeah, I gotta be real clear about this, right? And this is gonna turn some people off, and it already has, but honestly, I don't care. Because I like to have this thing called integrity, and, you know, actually behave the way I wish to behave, and actually speak in the way I wish to speak, and, you know, have the opinions that are actually my opinions. My stream and my Discord, my YouTube, it is not some FGO circle jerk to make sure everyone... You know, I'm not going to cater to the popular opinion. I'm not going to try to make sure it's like a safe space for everybody to, you know, just, you know, have their, you know, it's not how it is. I'm not here to be the popular Twitch streamer. I'm not going to try to, I'm going to shake the boat sometimes. It's just going to happen. And some people don't like that, and they don't want to be around that, and that's fine. That's up to them, and they can do what they want. But it is what it is. I'm not looking to make the place where we only say nice things, and it's all... And we have rubber railing, and you know, you can eat the furniture, right? That's not what I want. I'm not interested in that. That's not who I am, and behaving that way is against my character, right? And I'm not going to be a streamer and put on an act that's not real to be more popular, right? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to be the only say nice thing about FGO and try to attract all the FGO viewers and blah. Fuck that. I'm not interested in that, right? That's not... I'm never like that in any way in my life, and so I'm not doing that. And I've had people say I should be that, right? And then like I should be like against any negativity to FGO. And that's not happening. Like that's absolutely not happening. I wonder if she's going to be rated up for the anniversary, because technically the Sakura 5 have had a following for a long time, right, and all that. That would be pretty lame, I'm not gonna lie, though, because like what they were hinting at with the anniversary servant, you know, they were saying it was a character that's been around for a long time and had a fan base for a long time, right? But like there's so many Sakura 5 already in the game. I mean, to be fair, ultimately, I don't care that much. The thing that I'm serious, the thing I look forward to the least for the anniversary is the new character. You know, new characters just happen whenever, right? I care about stuff that makes the game better, like new gameplay systems or improved UI or, you know, a new game. That's what I care about the most. I care the least about the new character. But I just feel like a new Sakura 5 is just so boring, right? And we already have so many of them and whatnot. Like, there's just so many other things that they could add. I feel like that would be better. I mean, anniversary is basically the only time they do quality of life updates, really, like major ones. So it's like the only chance we have. Now, for the 5th anniversary, they didn't do much, right? And that was disappointing. But they've done stuff in the past, and they did do the free respecs on the 5th anniversary. So I don't think it is copium to be holding out for quality of life updates for the anniversary. I think it's a totally reasonable expectation because that's how they've always done it. And even last year when it was kind of shitty, they still did something. And with how hype, you know, a lot of stuff was with Anniversary 5, I think they're more likely to try to make sure they do some nice stuff for Anniversary 6 here. So I would definitely expect some quality of life updates with Anniversary 6. Now, that's what I said for Anniversary 5, and we saw how that went. But, you know, we'll see. The real worry for me, though, is just the fact that they did pull staff off FGO for Sakura Wars, and Sakura Wars is dead now, but it's not like in 5 seconds you can, you know, most of these things have to be worked on well in advance. Is this London? And what the fuck? Anyway, maybe this is just the city in this area from a while ago. But, with those staff issues, and even if they put more staff back on FGO recently, they're not going to have had enough time to have prepared much. So, who knows? We'll just see. But the other thing is, FGO's been so slow lately with like updates and such that maybe things have been slow because they have been working on anniversary stuff and because they're so understaffed and all that, right? Yeah, I'm curious what this like flashback here is. Certainly Britain stuff, but could be unique to the Lostbelt, right? Because some of the cities in this Lostbelt kind of look like that. You know, Otto, it took me a while to read all that, but I could see her being a 5-star, even though that is kind of bullshit with the way they're supposed to be with the other Sakura 5. I could see her being a 5-star. If anything, I would kind of assume she would be. We'll see, though. I'm honestly, I'm not sure what's going to happen with the Lost. I don't know. Maybe, what do you think? Maybe in like a week, do you think we'll get a part 2 banner and you get like Oberim and maybe she's a 4-star, right? Kazu drop, wherever the fuck her name is, and then the midget, right? And then a week, so then that's all that, and that's done. And then a week after that, the anniversary's in full swing, and then you get your proper, you know, rate up, which maybe it's Rasputin / Kodamine or something, or some other thing. I could see that. I could definitely see that. And I'll say this, if she's rated up with Oberim, I don't think she would be a 5-star then. But if she's not rated up with Oberim, I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is a 5-star, to be honest. I think she probably is That makes a lot of sense, actually. If they spaced it out that way, that makes a lot of sense. Because then they wouldn't have to do like those characters for the anniversary. That makes a lot of sense. I wish Oberon was a 3-star, but there's no way. And when you use him, he's a 90, and he's gold border. Even when they give you, like, Baldy at a higher level, he's like level 80 or 90 or whatever, he's still silver. That's just how they do it. So he's definitely a 4 or a 5-star. I would assume 5. It would be cool to have a unit like him as a low star though, because low stars need battery really bad. Like they just don't have any kind of large battery. Dude, I tell you, I'm surprised actually how popular Melt has been since like how they handled CCC, right? Because Melt was fairly popular back before FGO, but I don't think she absolutely was not like more popular than BB. Like no way. And so I was so surprised when they made the CCC event and BB was a 4-star. Now, obviously, they got their and she had welfare at that, but they got their BB money later, obviously with Summer BB, and I guess that was the point. Like, yeah, we got to monetize this, right? But the fact that they made Melt the big 5-star, that was kind of surprising. But it went over really well. She ended up becoming insanely popular, and obviously she played a huge role in the CCC event. She was kind of the main character, really. But I'm surprised that like not only did they do it that way, but it like worked out so well for them. Right, that's kind of, it would have been a hard thing to predict. It wouldn't be hard to predict that really any waifu like her, if you make her a main character in an event, is going to be popular, like sure, but the fact that she was more popular than BB and everything, and she was, I mean, Melt is really popular, right? I'm surprised they handle it that way. Yeah, they didn't do Passion Lip much justice, though. Yeah, Passion Lip, she's just a 4-star. She doesn't get much screen time. I will say this, at least she has really unique and pretty good gameplay, and then she's also been buffed and everything, so in that department, she's fine. But story-wise, she's been pretty scuffed, and like, they haven't done anything with Passion Lip since CCC, really. Like, the few minor appearances she's had here and there, off memory, have pretty much been jokes, and they haven't really done a lot with her. I've never read her interlude though, so I don't know about that. I read a lot of the interludes, but I've never actually read that one. I kind of forgot about it, to be honest. I knew she had them because it was one of her buffs, but I totally forgot about it. What if we get a surprise Guadia banner with the Solomon movie? So I think Guadia getting added is pretty possible, but I don't think it's going to be then. Right? I think it's because Guadia is still doing stuff in the Lostbelt. He's still really mysterious, and we don't know what his objective is, and blah 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 blah. They're not gonna want to they don't want to let the cat out of the bag. I don't think. I think they're gonna wait until when he really plays his cards or after. I would be surprised if it was before. Now you never know. You know, for crying out loud, they added Castor Artoria way before Lostbelt 6. I'll say this from a business standpoint. I actually think they should rate him up then. Right? A lot of people are going to be reminded of, like, I think some people might have forgotten, like, if they liked 1.0, Solomon or not, like the whole story, because they haven't, there's no story replay. But with the movie and everything, some people are going to kind of remember and be like, oh yeah, that was really cool, and get in on the hype, right? And then if Guadia was rated up, I think a lot of people would actually want to get him. So I actually think it'd make sense to add him there, but I don't think they will. It just does. I mean, who knows? They do crazy shit sometimes. But it just doesn't seem like their MO, right? Well, the thing is, they originally, and yeah, actually, I think what it was is Voice Cheeky had a data mined voice line that was unused that potentially was for Guadia. I think it was something like that, but they weren't sure who it was for because they just had the voice line and that was it. The thing is, we know that they were planning on making Guadia playable and they just didn't. They changed their mind, or they postponed it, or whatever. And it's because there is a file in the game. It's not just stuff for Guadia. It's literally like a file that they use for playable units, and Guadia was in it. And Guadia has a victory line. Like, literally, Guadia has a victory line in the game files. Like, for if he beats a stage, he has a fucking victory line. He also has an intro line, like when a stage starts. He has an extra attack, all kinds of stuff. So he was blatantly planned to be playable, but they just ultimately didn't, right? They were like, you know what, he's too big of a bad guy, or maybe we want to do this later. What I think might have happened, and it might have even been a combo or something, but I think this is definitely possible. They were planning on making him playable, but as they were kind of looking with what they wanted to do with 2.0, because, you know, FGO got a lot bigger over time and they expanded the story a lot more, I'm not sure they actually intended on using Guadia in 2.0. Right? They said they had plans for 2.0 from the beginning, but it was probably supposed to be a lot smaller. I think stories supposed to come out faster and have a lot less effort put into them, like the old days and stuff like that. Like the game wasn't supposed to last this long. They said that in interviews. So I don't think Guadia was even supposed to be in 2.0. And so they probably were just okay with him being playable then and everything. It's like, oh yeah, he's the bad guy, and there you go, right? But then they probably, as the game got expanded on and they wanted to do more with 2.0 and make it, you know, more drawn out and bigger and put more effort into the writing and stuff. And then they probably decided they wanted to use Guadia more, and like, okay, no, we shouldn't make him playable. That I could see that being one of the reasons, right? But who knows? It could have just been time. They might just ran out of time. Because although he does have files in the game, and he has a victory line and an extra attack and all that stuff, he wasn't finished, right? He didn't have as many animations as you would expect for a playable unit. I don't think he had card art yet, although I'm not sure about that. You know, he had a lot of playable stuff finished, but he's not completely finished. So he might just ran out of time and like, well, fuck it, I guess we'll do something else later. You know, the business side of thing like that happens. You know, money and time is a factor in these things. So my thing with Oberon, they have a lot of different art styles in FGO, and I don't think Oberon is any more jarring than any of the other ones like Atalante or Columbus. So at this point, they've already have art like that from time to time. I do agree, though, all of those characters are jarring. Seeing Atalante's card art, or card art is more like your in-game things you select, whatever you want to call it, you know, or servant art, or spirit origin art, whatever, you know, story art. It is in Columbus's. It is pretty jarring next to everything else. It really is. So just like they're jarring, I think Oberon's jarring. But it is what it is, and they already do stuff like that. So yeah, portrait art. Yeah, I guess that works. Anyway, but I would actually say he's probably a little bit less jarring. But subjectively, I don't like his art as much. I actually subjectively really like Columbus's art and Atalante's art. I just don't think Atalante's art style really fits the character and like what was already established with her art style from APOC and her character material from back then and all that. And it is very jarring, and I'd kind of rather that it not be so jarring. But as a standalone art, like, you know, outside of the game or just as a thing, I think it's great, right? Like, I think it's really cool art. I don't think it was necessarily the right choice, though, for those characters and such. But my, for Oberon and so I just don't really subjectively like Oberon. I just subjectively don't like that art style, and I've seen that artist's art style in other contexts, and I didn't like it then either. It's just, but that's not an objective criticism. I just subjectively don't like it, right? There's no problem with it, and if Type Moon and stuff likes it and wanted to use it, good for them, right? It's their game. They can do it whatever they want. You know, I'm allowed to not like it or agree with it, right? But I'm not offended or anything that it's there, right? It's no different than any of the other different art styles that we've seen. But I will say, you do have a lot of art styles that can mesh pretty well together, and you do have a few that they add every once in a while that does not mesh at all, right? That's definitely a thing, and I don't really hype that, but it is what it is. Wait, who not being the anniversary servant? What about the anniversary servant being far-fetched? What? But art? Yeah, I don't think art style has anything to do with who's going to be the anniversary servant. Oberon? Well, the reason I don't think Oberon is going to be the anniversary servant is just it looks like he'll probably be added before that, I would say. Also, just the shit that they said with them hinting at it, he doesn't really fit the bill, right? Like they were saying, a character that already has an established fan base and stuff. Although I guess Oberon does. Oberon got a fan base really fast, like really fast. Like the second he's already got a following is what I'm getting at, right? So technically what they said isn't exactly wrong for Oberon, but I don't think that's what they were referring to, right? I think they're referring to something much older than that, I would expect. So I quite think Oberon is not going to be the anniversary servant, but I agree that that it's not the art style, right? Like if someone says the reason he's not going to be the anniversary servant is because of his art style, that doesn't hold water at all. I think the reason he's not going to be the anniversary servant is he's probably going to be added before the anniversary, and he doesn't really fit the bill for like the teasing that they've been doing for it, right? So that's the only reason. Otherwise, I would say, yeah, I honestly, if it wasn't for the teasing that they were saying, I would actually expect him to be the anniversary servant. Because look, he like fits the bill with Scatty, right? Scatty was a really big popular character from Lostbelt 2, and then the timing of Lostbelt 2 was really close to the anniversary, so they kind of delayed when she was supposed to be rated up, and she was the anniversary servant, right? They could totally do that with Oberyn, because Lostbelt 6 releasing really close to the anniversary, and he's really popular and all that, and you could just kind of see them delaying his rate up until the anniversary, right? It's completely in line. The only reason I feel like he's not is just because of the hinting. If it wasn't for those hinting that they did, which by the way could be a mistranslation, and so maybe it's not even a thing. If it wasn't for that hinting, I would be absolutely thinking Oberyn was the anniversary servant. Like 1000%, I'd be like, oh yeah, like what else would it be at this point? I actually need to. My sister is fluent in Japanese. I actually need to find that stuff that people have been talking about with them hinting towards the anniversary servant, and I need to get her to look at it, because I can actually trust what she says, right? Because so many people say things and it's half right or all wrong and everything, right? Because yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what the devs did say, so it could be that maybe it is going to be Oberyn. From what people have said, you know, this is like third hand or fourth hand at this point, but from what I have heard, they basically said it's a character that's already had an established fan base for a while or something like that, right? Which kind of leads towards, you know, Rasputin, Kodamine or something like that, right? That's, but I don't know how accurate that actually is, because yeah, Game of Telephone, for real. Like, I have not seen it, and I don't even know what the source of it was. I don't know if it was a tweet or one of their streams, so I don't know if they've been doing a lot of streams lately. What I don't know why you're talking about Luvia's artist getting harassed. Like, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that. Like, that's been a known thing that happened in the FGO community for a long time, and no one said no one has said the contrary. That was like deranged Sakura fans. Okay, let's see. Fighting Avenger, Berserker again. Probably just more blobs. I think some people see patterns though where they don't exist. I don't know if they really always they're aiming to always make anniversary servants a pre-established character, because one, you have Scatty, right, which yeah, it's Scaff, but that's not really the same as like some like you know, like a Faith's Day Night character or something, right? And then I think it was kind of a coincidence that the timing of Lostbelt 2 was so close to the anniversary there and everything. So you know, I think people see patterns all the time, and then DW just breaks. I mean, look, that's just a thing. Look at how many times people get used to like pre-established patterns in FGO, and they get broken. People said they don't buff Summer Servants, then they buff Summer Martha. People say they don't buff Welfares, then they buff Shiki. You know, that happens all the time, right? So I don't normally get into conspiracy. I remember there was this insane theory for a while that I think it was the Christmas servants were always an alternate version of like the singularities in an order, because like the first 3 of them just happened to be like that, and then like immediately it just started being random shit that had nothing to do with that at all, right? Humans just see patterns where they do not exist all the time. Like, and because the thing is, coincidences happen. With how much stuff happens in life, coincidences are bound to happen. You're gonna have weird things where like things line up like that, and it's just a complete accident. That'll happen all of the time, right? Anybody that's like big into cards, you know, my brother's really into like card magic and stuff, and he's done it a lot, and I dabble with it just for fun, some as well. And so if you like shuffle cards a lot, or you deal cards a lot and things like that, you just get weird shit all the time, where you get like 1, 2, 3, 4 in a row, or like, and people think that's bad shuffling. People think that all the time, like if you get like a bunch of the same suit, or a bunch of cards in order, or a bunch of aces, or a bunch of kings at the same time, people think that's either cheating or bad shuffling. Oh, you didn't shuffle enough, right? but so when you do shuffle enough, you expect weird shit like that. That's going to happen. It's actually weird as fuck if it doesn't happen. If you shuffle cards and deal them over and over and over again, and you never get a bunch of coincidences, that's actually a bigger sign of like someone cheating or rigging or whatever, right? But humans are just kind of stupid like that. Where like we seek patterns and we think it means something all the time. It's like a known thing in psychology that the human brain is like that. It's like a survival thing, because like when you're out in the wild, right, noticing patterns can be important. But we end up seeing patterns that are just bullshit, right? They're just chance. And they are patterns, like sometimes, yeah, you get 3 red cards in a row, or 4 red cards in a row, and that is in a way a pattern, but it's not an intentional one. You know, it's just randomness. You know, sometimes the things DW releases and stuff just happen. Oh, every year it just happened at this time. It happened to be someone with blonde hair. It always happened to coincide with the release of the original Singularities or whatever. That doesn't mean they were doing that on purpose, right? It just fucking happens. Alright, let's use... I kind of want to use someone that naturally has clear debuff, because I know it's probably going to be blobs, and I don't want to have to switch the command codes. We could also show off some of the new characters, because we haven't been doing that a lot, to be honest. It's because these stages haven't really been good for showing stuff off, though. That's been a big part of it. Anything grabbing me here? Wait, do we have a Void Shiki? We don't use Void Shiki much, and she can be fun. Let's see, do we have one? Let me check my all-in saber slot here. Oh yeah, Genical, right. I know Genical's got one, that makes sense. Yeah, sure, why not? She removes debuffs with her NP, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I should use her again at some point, Otto. I'm not really a fan of her, obviously, but she does have interesting gameplay, and I think a lot of people want to... This is not a solo. This is not a solo. I don't have enough Chingongs to deal with this. At least I can put them in the back. Alright, it's a Void Shiki setup. Fuck it. Man, I hate that. They just... And, dude, it's so frustrating, because every singularity in the story, you have your posse. Right, but they don't force you to use the posse. You know, you don't have to use Nightingale all the time in America and stuff. You don't have to use Bedivere and Da Vinci all the time in Camelot, right? I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of this. And it's just such a big part of the game is team building and stuff. And like, playtime is the main story, right? It's challenge quests and the main story. That's the time to go use the stuff you've built up. That's what it is, right? And then the fact that, you know, our playtime gets smacked with all this is just kind of annoying. Alright, so it's Berserker, Avenger. We want Shiki to be the star, so we'll go with, like, budget supports, I think. Do Hans. I wouldn't mind, like, a damage support hybrid, though, just to kind of get through the trash a little faster. Perfect. There we go. Void Shiki's a buster servant now, guys. Clearly. Let's get a lot of crits. Let's go 20-30. 2 buster cards equal buster. Can't argue with that. I mean, Pinth does give an attack up, right? So it still has some kind of basic support. I know this account has 20-30, although it took it forever to get it. It was one of the last... like regular 5-star CEs that it got. I guess though 2030 is not a default 5-star CE. It was actually added, I think, when they added Scath to the game, which that's obviously a really long time ago. But man, where the hell is it? Have I not leveled one? It's level 20. Okay, hold on. God damn it. Guess it would make sense I'd level it to 20. There we go. Look. That's not even blind, because look at how many craft essences there are. You don't even know what level range to look in. And then imagine doing that while you're also having to talk and look at chat and, you know, blah, 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 you know, and you know, try to defend yourself from all the nickels and that kind of shit, right? It's dangerous, man. Do we need Atlas? I don't think so. We'll do default. Now, I was talking about like people getting mad at negativity or just people having an opinion they don't agree with, because that's all the time. When someone has an opinion you don't agree with, you always, and people have a tendency of always interpreting what they don't agree with or like as toxic, right? Which is kind of ridiculous. But the opposite happens too, right? Like absolutely, you have the opposite too sometimes where you know someone doesn't like something and they're mad that someone likes it, right? That happens all the time too, right? And sure, you can disagree with why someone likes something, and that's fine. But like, you definitely see people that like, how dare you like this mediocre game, right? Or how like maybe this game's mediocre, but this guy really likes the characters and stuff, so he enjoys the game. Like how dare he, right? That's totally a thing, right? It's like humans can be really tribal and selfish, stupid pricks, right? It's kind of like we do this a lot. Yeah, exactly. One lonely boy. Yep. That, totally a thing. I'm the kind of person though where not only do I not get bothered by people not liking the things I don't like, but I enjoy analyzing things and breaking down why you like what you like and why someone else likes what they like or don't like what they don't like. A lot of people don't like that stuff. I've seen this throughout my life. I've seen this clear as crystal. People take explanation as like an attack almost, right? It's like if there's a disagreement and then one party is really articulating and explaining their point of view, the other, a lot of times, especially if they can't articulate their point of view, people get mad at that a lot. I see that all the time. Like I've seen this in like just throughout my life when I've been in disagreements with people or seen two other parties disagreeing with each other. You'll have like one party thinks X is true, the other party thinks X is false, right? So maybe someone makes a video and they say something and someone in the comments is like, no, that's not true, right? And because of blah, 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 right? And then the person will dispel blah, blah, blah. And they objectively, like they'll objectively dispel blah, blah, blah. Or maybe subjectively, maybe they're just showing their point of why they don't think blah, blah, blah is true, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be objective. And then the other person like takes that as like, why are you getting so defensive, bro? Right? Like that's such a fucking thing, right? Or like they take like actually explaining yourself or responding as like harping on it or being obsessed or whatever. It's like, well, no, you made a point, and now I am contradicting that point because I don't think the point you said is accurate. Like, what do you want someone to do? You want to make a you want them to ignore your rebuttal and act like it's just valid if they don't think it's valid? That doesn't make any sense, right? And and for me, I like that kind of. And it's sure sometimes I don't got time for it, or it's a topic I don't care enough about. Like there's been times in my own YouTube comments, people will bring up some blah 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 that I absolutely disagree with or whatever. But I'm like, I don't give a fuck, and I'm not gonna bother getting into this, right? And that's fair enough, right? If you just can't be bothered, or even if you don't like it inherently, you just don't like getting into those kind of conversations. That's fine, right? But you don't need to try to pin it on the other party and act like oh how dare they articulate themselves. But I've seen that a lot where people like they take articulation of one's mindset or view as like an attack or as like toxic or whatever, and that's just I find that kind of crazy. Like, you gotta be able to communicate, people. It's a pretty important part of life. Alright, there's only 2 waves. I assume a big Avenger is the next wave. How many fucking times have we fought this exact kind of thing, like, just throughout this story? Getting a little old now, but, there will be dots. Oh yeah, Pint is immune to debuffs. How about that? I guess I just cast this stuff, because go normal card damage. These have a fair bit of health, and this is not the opening hand that I would wish for. I would like Hans to NP 1 time, thank you. NA has all Pint's animations. She's never gotten an animation update. Like, except for, I take that back, except for that skill animation for, the Amazonas event, right? The CEO thing, right? That's not on an A. Alright. Pint's got super foobarred there, as tends to happen. Although, actually, it's Berserker on Berserkers, so it's She's even with all the other classes, so that was kind of just bad luck. I don't mind the costume. It's, you know, it's kind of silly, so I would mostly use it in videos if I'm doing something silly, right? Or it's thematic. You're fighting someone else in a suit or something, right? It's not like I'm going to use by default. I generally prefer the serious stuff over the joke stuff, right? There's a reason I like regular Mordred, but I don't really care about it. Like, Mordred's one of my favorite characters, right? You know, in my top 5. But I didn't even roll for Surfer Mordred, right? Because I don't care. I'm fine with just regular Mordred, right? That's generally how I am, right? I like the serious stuff way more than the joke stuff. But, you know, it's a free costume, so I don't mind it. I can kill one of the... I actually could potentially kill both of them with these crits. But I kind of want to... Okay, here's what we'll do. Because Pint's not going to last much longer, so we'll just have her take care of these two. I've always been that way, though. Like in Tales of games, you have a lot of like silly costumes and stuff. I never use them. Like, I never use them. I always use like the more stuff I think is more character appropriate, or the badass looking stuff, or whatever. I'm always like that. And I enjoy comedy. Actually, funnily enough, I'm a massive fan of comedy, right? I love good comedy, and I have a lot of respect for it. But when I'm playing a video game, or I like using like fighting boss fights or whatever, I don't like having like super wacky, silly costumes and stuff. That's just not my shtick. But some people love that stuff, and, you know, good for them. That is not a giant blob. That is Lobo, which is probably representing something else. It's probably not representing straight Lobo. But, boy, are we mismatched for this. We got an AoE Saber against a 400k Avenger that does something when he attacks. Probably a debuff for 5 turns, it looks like. So that's not ideal. And before we wipe, it could happen. I should have saved Pint's NP. That would have been pretty useful here. I almost don't want to attack up here because, well, no, it's worth it. To the crit up too. I'm skipping out on Hans's card so much, he's never NPing. But what are you gonna do? The thing is, it's not really low effort because it was something that already existed and they never intended to make a costume, and they just decided to make it a costume because people wanted to. Like, I've seen so much criticism for Pint's costume, and I think it's really fucking stupid. Because that was a sprite that they made a long time ago for just fun, for like a different event. And there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong with making, you know, a fun little, you know, custom sprite for a joke event? That's what they did a long time ago. And then a lot of people wanted it. So like, okay, we'll put in the, you know, that won't take much effort to put in the game, so we'll, you know, we'll give her the glasses and the tie and make a few new voice lines, and then there you go. And then a bunch of people are, wow, it was low effort content. It's so stupid, right? That's why we don't get the fucking veil for Morgan. It's because every time they do stuff like that, you have idiots saying shit like that all the time. Dude, I've seen so many people say that about Pint's costume. And that's exactly why we don't get more costumes like that. It's so stupid. Like, it'd be one thing if every costume they ever did was like that, but it's not, right? Like, Jesus Christ. It's like Musashi loses her eye in Shimosa, so they made a minor costume for her where she's got the eye patch, and we don't have that. And I swear, if they added that, everyone's like, oh, I love the costume, right? So stupid. Although I will say, at least with Musashi, people are aware that that was just for a story thing. So like, oh, hey, they just added it just cuz, right? I think what happened with Pint is a lot of people didn't realize that that costume had existed for a really long time. It just wasn't obtainable, and they just decided to make it obtainable, right? I think a lot of people just didn't realize that Pint had that tie glasses look for a long time. Let's see. So Pint be dead. We're not allowed to NP with Percival again. I'm guessing our NP is sealed. You know what I would have done if I was them is I would have just given him a permanent NP seal debuff he couldn't get rid of and have his NP bar still be there. It's just kind of weird the way they did it. Because they've done that in the past. They've had similar lore situations and that's how it was. Hans died. Hmm. Now we'll do this. He's gonna go for NP gain, but F it. I've seen a lot of people that want Drake Ultra, but I've seen a lot of people that don't. But I'm like, it's already in the game. You might as well make it playable. I'm not. Here's the thing. I don't like Paul Bunyan. I probably dislike Paul Bunyan more than every single person in my chat here, and by a lot. I really do not like Paul Bunyan. But now that she's a thing in the game, I don't want to take her away from people. I'm not 12, right? Like, if people like Paul, good for them, and if she's in the game, and they already got the art and everything, so she might as well be in the game, right? So, no problem, right? And if I don't like her, I just don't have to use her. That easy. If you don't like Drake Ulter, don't fucking use her. Like, holy shit, this isn't hard. You know, I get it when the thing doesn't even exist. You don't necessarily want them to devote development time or artist time or use up slots, because only so many characters can be rated up in a new story, right? So they don't want Lostbelt 7 to have some random bullshit in it that they don't like, right? That makes sense. But when it's already done and in the game, who cares? Right? Like, who cares if they make Minotaur a costume for Asterios? Right? Like, literally, it's just so childish to be upset by that kind of stuff. Makes no fucking sense. Like, you know, I don't think I would really use Drake Ulter over regular Drake myself, but, like, a lot of people would. So, and the work's already done, so fuck it, give people the stuff, right? Let people have fun, like, god damn. You know, they added Testament to the game for, like, literally no reason, just because it was already done and there was another event. It's like, yeah, fuck it, give her the Testament costume, you know? Why not? Literally, why not? You know, they added UHZ as a costume, just, you know, it's fine, like, Jesus Christ. Alright, I'm at 93%. I should get my NP no matter what, so I think I can cast this. That's a little more of a drain than I was thinking, but, probably too soon in that Guts if I was going to cast Invulnerability. Hers only lasts 3 turns, but I was wanting to crit with the art card, but I'm not sure that's going to happen. 70%. We're favored. There we go. Honestly, for how bad Void Cheeky is for this stage, she's performing fine. The main issue is just an AoE saber makes no sense. Paul Bunyan is gender bent, but they've said there is a regular Paul Bunyan. You know, she's kind of a joke universe thing. But there is a regular Paul Bunyan, but they'll never give us that, right? So he can sleep us. I wonder what he represents. I'm sure there's a reason for that. Anyone know what his name is here? Yeah, Megalos is different. He's not like, what's his name? The Minotaur. The Minotaur uses the same skeleton work and everything as Asterios. They just, you know, made it bigger. You know, they just scaled it up. But yeah, he's just a reskin for Asterios. He uses all the same skeleton work and everything. It's all the same. Megalos doesn't. Megalos is a unique character model. And he's not as detailed as a regular playable character, so it would be a bit more effort to make him playable. Or a costume, either way. It needs a lot more work. Still be cool if they would do it, though. Yeah, I would just like regular Herc, thanks. We're going on 20 years of Fate. And no Sane Hercules. It's like, what is going on? I should have cast her counterattack thing even though I didn't need the battery. More damage here. I think we're probably going to get Sane Hercules in a story at some point. I just don't think it's necessarily going to be an F-Go. Do you think we'll ever get a character like Tiamat or Solomon? I think Guadia is pretty possible. Tiamat also I think is possible, but it's more hard to say. Like Guadia looks kind of likely because he's still part of the story, and we know for a fact that they were thinking about making him playable because of the data mines and stuff. So the fact that they thought about making him playable before means they certainly might make him playable later. And just with the way the story is, it just seems like it could totally happen. With Tiamat, although you can totally see, because like it's heavily implied that Tiamat's actual will is actually friendly to humanity, and you know she's the one that seals herself and all that kind of stuff. And you know you could definitely see her being used in a protagonist-esque way at some point. The question is, are they going to bother to do that? Because here's the thing: even though Tiamat is unbelievably powerful and is just, you know, a primordial god and way ahead of regular gods and stuff, and you know the lore that we've seen so far, she's not known to be summonable outside of, you know, the bullshit that happened in Babylonia, right? But that's never stopped them before. If they want to dedicate a story to, you know, showing off some crazy bullshit that can lead to her being a protagonist and be summoned in a more friendly way or whatever, they can do that if they want to. But it'd be like a big ordeal, right? They're not going to just, you know, they'd have to actually want to do it, right? They make up all kinds of nonsense and create new systems and side lore that they never hinted at before just to justify things to be summonable, or for whole plot lines to exist, or whole books to exist, right? They do that all the time. So if they want her to be playable, they can do it. The thing is, we haven't really seen a lot of signs pointing to them doing that. Where we do see signs of them doing that with Guadia, where with Tiamat, sure, in Lostbelt 7 or something, maybe they're going to have, because we know so little about Lostbelt 7, maybe it will be a whole shtick that's going to culminate in friendly Tiamat or something, right? Like, sure, like, it could happen, but it could just as easily be literally anything else, right? Where with Guadia, we know they're using Guadia more, and they already thought about making him playable before and stuff. So Tiamat's possible, and I would certainly think that would be cool, especially with some of the stuff. The little things they hint about with her character, you know, beyond like automated beast system and everything, is really cool. It's really fucking cool. And it's kind of sad when you see what happened to Tiamat and everything, with like what she actually wanted and what happens to her body and everything, right? It'd be really nice to get, you know, more of Tiamat. Like, she got pretty scuffed throughout Fate lore, which is just trying to be helpful, right? Sucks too, though. The anime got rid of that. It really sucks. There's a lot of really cool lore with Tiamat that the anime didn't go into. There's like a lot of stuff that like Nash kind of speculates and talks about with Tiamat, and like how it's pretty obvious that she put those seals there because like the and whatnot, and like the whole brain death thing and all that. But they didn't do any of that in the anime. Yeah, I really want Abzu. I've wanted Abzu forever. I knew about Abzu and Tiamat long before Go, and I always really liked them. And the fact that they've talked about Abzu a little bit in Fate makes me so want them to use him. So I am curious between the relationship, though, between Tiamat and Abzu, because some people say Tiamat doesn't love Abzu in Fate. That's actually wrong. They're like not reading what it says correctly. So in her bio, because even though she's not playable, she has a bio in the game. She has like a bit where it says, like, you know, she didn't intervene between the war between humans and Abzu. And it says it's because her love for humanity exceeded her love for her husband. But that doesn't mean she doesn't love Abzu. It just means she loves her kids more, right? Now, I will say that's kind of warped thinking, because even if you love your kids, and that's pretty normal, it's very, for both parents, and it's pretty common that, of course they love their significant other, but it's pretty common to love your kids even more. That's kind of how it goes. But what's messed up is just the fact that her kids were doing something bad, right? Right, like, yeah, maybe she loves her kids more than her husband, although she loves them both, but her kids were the aggressors and were the ones doing something bad. So that's kind of messed up, if you think about it. So, and we don't know how Abzu feels about all this. So basically what happened is, Abzu's, her husband, they pretty much create life in all of the surface of the earth nonsense. And then kids rebel, Tiamat stays out of it. Kids then though turn their sights on Tiamat, then she gets mad, right? Because then after Abzu they go after her, and then it's a whole shtick. But I want to know how Abzu feels about all this nonsense, right? Because we don't really know. We know they've only talked about him a few times, and we know very, very little about him. So obviously he probably loved Tiamat to start with, but I wonder if he's mad that she didn't help but maybe he, you know, would have done the same thing, and also gods don't really think the same way as humans and stuff. So, you know, he literally might not care. We have no idea. But it'd be interesting to see if they added Abzu, you know, what's going on there with the whole shtick. But yeah, even after Tiamat's death, she still wants the best for humanity, and she actually seals herself away because she knows, like, that the beast system and everything, she'll be, like, a problem, so she, like, tries to prevent her own body from going out of control and stuff. But yeah, then everything gets fucked over and nothing works out the way it's supposed to, so... But yeah, I really would like them to use Abzu, but I don't think they're going to, because the only way I see them using him is if he's not going to be an antagonist. That's the only way I can see them using him, or not a major antagonist. Because it'd be like Babylonia Round 2, right? And they're not going to want to do that. I'm sure they're fine with giant, unbelievably powerful monster just doom and gloom, you know, over the whole story or whatever, right? Like with Tiamat, they'll do that again potentially, but they're not going to want it to be something so similar to Tiamat, right? It's like they're gonna see that as such a rehash, right? Where if they use like a completely different character from a different mythology or totally different stuff, you know, it's not going to be viewed that way. So yeah, I don't see them just like, oh man, Abuzu's gonna fuck everything up, right? I don't see that happening. The only way I really see him being used is as a side bad guy or as like a side good guy or something, right? But I would expect them just to not use him, unfortunately, which is so sad because I would love them to, but... Atlas got done so dirty, by the way. Atlas the Titan in Lostbelt 5. He was done so dirty. That sucked. I love Lostbelt 5 and everything, but man, the Atlas got done dirty. And Tesla got done super dirty. Yeah, Marduk, I think, actually is brought up in Fate some. A lot of Babylonian stuff has been, at least mildly touched on. And it's because Gilgamesh and Kidu and stuff have a lot of screen time and are a big part of a lot of stories, and then we've had Tiamat and everything, so they just had a lot of they've had a lot of opportunities to give us a little peek into that part of the universe, mythology, and stuff. The actual deity Ea and stuff has been hinted at in a few ways here and there, and it's really strange because I think it might have something to do with the weapon Ea and why Gil has it and stuff. Because, I mean, Ea's lore is insane, and then there's still a lot of mysteries about it. Like, it's one of the most mysterious things still. Probably, actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Ea, even though it's been in Fate for so long, and it has, like, paragraphs and paragraphs of, like, material books and references from Nasu interviews and all that nonsense, it's still the Noble Phantasm that is the most mysterious. Because we literally don't know how powerful it is, we don't know where it comes from, we don't know why Gil has it, we don't know what it's made out of. We know it's, you know, not made out of, like, materials from, like, this universe, but, like, that doesn't sort of tell you a lot. Like, it's such a question mark to this day, right? And it may stay that way, because it's kind of supposed to be like that, but... Yeah, it is weird how long it's been in the Fate franchise, and how there's still so much unanswered stuff about it. Yeah, it basically just predates, it potentially like just predates like the universe and the state that it's in right now. The Fate universe, obviously. That's kind of what it seems like. Because it's literally the star of creation. What it's supposed to, if you read up on it, it's like what it's supposed to do at full power is destroy everything and like start over. It's like a reset button where it's like the star. It's like known as the star of creation, and it's like the only thing that's left, and it's like it starts over. But like, you know, what's it aligned with? Who made it? Why is it here? Why does Gil have it? You know, why does he have those tattoos that match it? And it seems like you can't use it unless you have those tattoos. And shit like that, and it's like tied to the user, because it, like, some of this is reading between the lines, but I think it's really reasonable. So this part's not reading between the lines, right? We know Ea gets stronger based on its user. It straight up says that. It's like the stronger their strength stat, the more powerful Ea is, and the more wealth they have, the stronger it is. right? And so Nasu said that's why, like, when Angelica uses it, it's much weaker, and when Kid Gil uses it, it's much weaker. It's still really powerful, but it's much weaker for them. So that's clearly it's tied to the user, right? And then you have those tattoos that look exactly like Aya, and I think if you don't have those tattoos, you can't use Aya, because Angelica has the tattoos because of the class card, and then Kid Gil has the tattoos because it's Gil, you know, wow. So I think those tattoos have something to do with Aya and like why he has it, and why it works, and why it gets stronger based on the user, right? But we don't know that part, right? We know it does get stronger based on the user, and we know everyone that's ever used Aya has had those tattoos. No one has ever been able to use Aya without the tattoos, right? So that seems like, and because the tattoos look like Aya, that seems like that's a thing. Castergill has different tattoos. Hey, look, Sword of the Stone stuff here. But Castergill has different tattoos, but he doesn't have Aya anymore. Well, at least it's so I don't want to get into Castergill right now because like he doesn't technically like exist that way. That was like him in Babylonia, and it's a whole fucking shtick. He's got like purple tattoos that are different, but he doesn't have access to Aya. See, I think Castor Artoria is getting like visions and stuff of regular human history. Yep, that's Battle of Kemlon right there. I've been saying this for the whole. This is why I think Lostbelt 6-2 might actually be awesome, right? I think something's gonna, you know, she's clearly like getting memories and visions and stuff of regular Artoria, right? Even though she's not like regular Artoria, she doesn't have the dragon core, she doesn't, and all this crazy stuff. But like something's happening, and I think she might like bridge the gap between this Lostbelt and the regular history, and like I'm telling you, I'm looking forward to. I don't really like Lostbelt 6, but I'm looking forward to Lostbelt 6-2 because I think they might actually do some awesome shit. I don't think that's look at the screen. Look at the fucking screen right now, right? How is this copium? What do you think this is? Does this look like Lostbelt 6? This doesn't look like Lostbelt 6, right? Now, you know, what might just happen is you might just get power-ups, you know, from normal history, right? And, you know, maybe, you know, channel some regular Artoria at some point and saves the day that way. That doesn't mean the environment and stuff that we're fighting in and dealing in is going to be more like normal history, right? But it might. It could happen, right? And I'll say this is not copium, and this is absolutely not copium. If there is a Lostbelt 6-2, they're going to want to change the environment and stuff. They want the setting to feel different. It's just like they wanted 5-1 and 5-2 to feel different from each other, right? So they're going to do something to shake up the setting, obviously. And I'm assuming Morgan is going to get, like, you know, smacked and be removed. I think most of the antagonists here are not going to be here for the next part, I would assume, right? So I think that's going to result in just what's going on being very different, right? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean regular Camelot stuff, but it does mean a different, just a shake-up. And a shake-up means a potential of new characters. It doesn't have to be all fairy shit, right? Obviously, everything we're getting right now, there's a lot of fairy stuff, you know, Oberyn and the fairy knights and all that kind of stuff. But whatever the shake-up is could be, oh god, what if it's Celtic? Oh god, what if it's Celtic? I love Celtic stuff, but fuck that. Oh my god. Oh god, what if the shake-up is Celtic? There's been, oh my god, not again, not again. I love Celtic mythology so much and Irish stuff specifically, but like, I love that stuff, but that's what it always is. They always have it hijack something else, and they've used it so many times, but it never gets used well. Like, oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, fuck that. That would suck. Oh my god, that would suck. Like, they might do like a Norse Celtic mashup, because they do that all the time anyway. I don't know why, for God's sakes, but they've got this thing where like Norse equals Celtic for some fucking reason, which makes no sense, but they're really on that train of thought for some reason. Although, if we get some Norse stuff out of it, I'll take it. The thing is, I love Norse mythology is one of my favorite mythologies ever, right? I love it to death, and I would love like more Norse stuff, but I want it I want it done right. You know, I wanted Norse stuff in Lostbelt 2, right? Or if we do more, like I have a Norse Singularity in 3.0, right? I want Norse, because they deserve better than being a tack on or you know, an invasion of something else, right? Oh well, actually you kind of could do Norse stuff invading something else there. there's some history for that, but that's different. You know, they deserve like a proper, you know, their own time to shine, right? That's what I want for Norse nonsense. So yeah, I don't really want a Celtic Norse mashup for the second half, but yeah, I know Ku Odin totally could be a thing, right? So I don't know. The second half again, I don't think this is even remotely copium. I am very firm in the belief that they are absolutely going to shake up the setting and the kind of characters that are going to be hanging out and everything in the second part of the story, just like they did in 5.1 and 5.2. Just 1000% that's happening. We're not getting more fairy bullshit in the second part. I don't think so at all, right? But that, but yeah, it doesn't necessarily mean Camelot stuff. It could totally mean, it could mean Norse stuff. It could mean Celtic stuff. It could mean French stuff. You know, God knows, right? Like, you know, clearly the way to stop all this Britain nonsense is bringing the French, right? Right. So who knows what they're gonna do? But I do think there's gonna be a shakeup, and I think that's a very reasonable chain of thought. Like Jorman Gondor, however you say his fucking name, Big Snake. That'd be pretty cool. And Nero. No, give us, dude. Oh my God, give us the. What's his name? Tiberius? Was that his name? The prototype Caesar. That would be great, because his whole shtick was trying to. Dude, he's like a huge antagonist for Prototype's Camelot, right? Like, he's a huge antagonist for the Prototype Camelot, and he's already got an awesome, badass design. That would be so cool, dude, because you got the whole, like, Roman anti-Greek thing in Lostbelt 5, and then, you know, Ares, you know, being rebellious to Zeus and everything. That was such a great anti-Greek thing that they did, right? That'd be so cool if they did that, dude. Yeah, he's got Clarence, Sister Sword, and all that. Dude, that'd be so badass. Because that's a great reference, but it works. It's not like Aspull, but it's got established lore. That would be so cool, but he doesn't have tits, so they're not going to do it. Like, he doesn't have tits, so at best he's a 4-star. So, yeah, the likelihood of him being, like, the big antagonist is a lot lower. Feels bad. I don't know what's going on in the story right now. They've actually literally, not only have they referenced Monty Python, like Bunny Ortoria references Monty Python, but she's a joke character kinda, so she's kind of in the middle, but they've straight talked about Monty Python in Fate Strange Fake. Like, it wasn't like a roundabout reference, they just straight up talk about it in Fate Strange Fake, which is pretty funny. There's like this American guy in Sigma, but the servant is talking to him about, like, you know, King Arthur and stuff. He's like, King Arthur, isn't that like a, you know, Monty Python movie or something? Like, they literally do that. It's pretty great. I think we'll see some Strange Fake stuff actually before the books are over. I'm getting so tired of people saying it's not going to happen until it's finished, because they said that like 9 years ago. And things have obviously changed since then, because they have. Like the Enkidu stuff, you know, we've gotten more Enkidu stuff that is not just, you know, Kingu, but actual Enkidu stuff, because they got the Fate Strange Fake writer to write stuff for FGO, right? So I think what'll probably happen, it's not going to be for a while, but I think at some point, maybe in another book or two, there's going to be a few characters that are pretty much done, right? Like, their shtick in Fate Strange Fake is going to be done. All of their information about their abilities and character is going to be done and out there, and they might use some of those early, right? But the bulk of Fate Strange Fake you're probably not going to see for a while. But we've already gotten some Fate Strange Fake stuff, because Fate Strange Fake stuff has crossover with other works, right? So it's not all exclusive to Fate Strange Fake. So it's not like everything's off the table, right? People get so, like, black and white about these things. You know, they act like it's gonna, and when it so hasn't been black and white, right? Because we have Enkidu and then the detailed Road of Babylon and all that kind of stuff in his interlude, which was written by the Fate Strange Fake author and everything, you know. So it's like, things obviously are not always so extreme black and white, right? And like with how popular Fate is now, because when the writer said that, FGO was tiny, right? Now it's huge now. So now you're gonna have a lot of money involved, and they're gonna, you know, they might work with the writer to try to use some of the Fate Strange Fake stuff, because they know it's, you know, it's so popular, right? So things can change, right? And that being said, we're not gonna get a full-blown Fate Strange Fake collab event and get like all the characters and shit, you know, that's not happening anytime soon, clearly, right? That's a ways off. Look at this man. He's carrying the team. That's a small one. Okay, that was in-game music, by the way, but it was tied to sound effects. Well, we're fighting a caster. Do we have teammates? Yep. Let's see. Look at all these awesome Ricky boys. Guts doesn't particularly help us here, but yeah, we're allowed to put him in the back. I like how his NP is just not there. It's not like blanked out or anything. It's just it's not even present. You know what? I wish I had... Oh fuck, this account doesn't have Boudica. I keep thinking I'm on my main account. I don't know why. Oh wait, I do have Boudica, but she's probably not... Yeah, she's not 10-10-10. She is on my main though. Okay, chat, you can relax. And I actually already know that one because that one was spoiled. I know she's 110 or some shit. But yeah, that was spoiled like 7... I don't even know why that, of all things, was spoiled, but that was spoiled like 7 seconds after it was launched. Some people think, like, maybe they're hinting at being able to grail servants beyond 100. I kind of doubt it, but if they are, by the way, actually, just to prove my point here, her stats right now aren't really that good because she doesn't have faux items. So she's not really limit breaking here. Like, she doesn't have faux items, so she's actually still worse than an 100 caster Oratoria. So, you know, way to go, not giving your units faux items there. Like, when she's 110, she'll be like 100. But I'm not so sure that's hinting at limit breaking, but maybe it is. If they do that, though, I think they would do it in one of two ways. A new item that's super rare. Like, so you only do it for your absolute favorites, right? Like, it'd be very rare to have, you know, 110s will be super rare. So, like, kind of like Bond Grails, right? It'd be a very rare item. Or the ratio is just awful, like 1 Grail for 1 level. So most people aren't going to be... I mean, seriously, how many people are going to fucking take something to 110 if it's 1 Grail for 1 level, right? I mean, I'll do it for coup, but that's about it. But I'm not so sure they're even going to do it, right? It could easily just be a story thing. I think if they do it, though, it should be rare. It should be rare. I actually think it should be Bond 10 lock. Why not? I think it should be just so fucking rare. Honestly, almost the more barriers, the better, because it should just be, like, the thing, right, for your absolute favorite unit. So it had to be Bond 10, you know, take Special Grail, you know, it should be a very rare thing. You know, because right now, you can have a lot of units at level 100, right? You don't want that for 110s. As much as I like red hair, and he is counterclassing, he's just kind of pointless here. Could do double Ricky boy. This is where I wish I had Boudica, because you can do art up and all that. If it was my main, I'd bring Romulus and Boudica, and I turned them into Romans, and it'd be great. We'll do Ushi, because Ushi can do the NP buff, which is kind of nice. Let's go 65, George. Man mode this. None of that sacrificial George. This is the stay alive George. What do you all think, though? Do you think they're hinting at going beyond 100? You know, like I said, I'm kind of on the, I'm not, I wouldn't be shocked. I would not be shocked if they did it, but, because, you know, they like to, I think they know that they don't really have a lot of systems anymore to really represent your absolute favorite. So I could see them wanting to do that. And it wouldn't be that broken if that's all they did. It looks like people are pretty split on it. I'd say there's more no's, but there's a few yeses and some maybes. I'm in the maybe camp, but I lean towards no. That's where I'm at. But I don't know. We'll see. So Zaw, you will handily defeat me in the Canis department if they do this though, right? Because I do all this stuff for Canis that like you can do, but it's not like the one thing, right? You know, I can 2K forward, I can level 100er, right? But you know, you can do that for quite a number of servants these days, right? You know, she's not my #1 by any means. So if they added 110, it goes to Ku, and then after Ku, it'd probably go to Billy or something. So, yeah, if they do that, Zaw's got me beat, like, and at that point, there's no side grade to it anymore, right? Like, my advantage would be gone there. Let's go. You know, I'm gonna use the MLB one, because it doesn't even matter, and I don't want to scroll down so much. Actually, let's do that, just in case there's some crazy buff nonsense. Go Shinji. Atlas, I guess. When in doubt, I bring Atlas a lot. I don't like getting ganked by debuffs. And if there's no debuffs, at least you get the cooldown reduction. I don't think they take it to 120. I think they take it to 110. I do expect them to do something to, like, be able to do something for your favorite character that's very rare. Not necessarily for Anniversary 6, but just at some point. I do think they're going to do something that will actually, they'll keep rare. Because I think they're going to keep Bond 11 and Beyond rare, and I think they're going to do one other thing. But I don't know if it would necessarily be going to 110. I mean, it could be. It could be. We'll just see. Because I'm sure they're aware that them putting it in the game on a story support is going to make waves. I'm sure they're aware of that, so I guess we'll just see. I forgot to change her face cards. She's got the costume ones when she's not in the costume. Whoops. This is not exactly a... I guess this is representing that little fairy we're fighting, and she's just not important enough to get the sprite. They should have given her the green sprite that they used for Van Gogh, though. That's kind of a missed opportunity there. Because that fairy was green. Looks like it gets its NP really fast. It's a shame that we don't have starting NP on Ricky Boy, because we could kind of just want that damage. Although, to be fair, George is counterclassing and has so much defense up. He's got the 20% defense up command code, 40% defense up from his first skill. That's a 60% damage reduction, and then the counterclass cutting it in half. Right? That's a tanky boy right there. And Ushi can't get her NP. That is unfortunate. I should have crit on that last turn. I would have made more NP gain, and I would have gotten through this health bar by now. I should have done double attack buff from Ricky and Ushi. We would have broken by now, and I could just NP the next health bar. I guess we do it now. I'm so glad he's in the game, though. He was a great character, and he's a 3-star, and like he was designed really well because he's an alternative option to Ushi, but he doesn't replace her. You can use either one of them, and they can work together, and they have some pros and cons against each other as well. But they can both work in all the same scenarios, and that's great. I like that. I wish they did that more. He was done so well. He was done so well because he did not shit on Ushi. It's not like, oh my god, there's no point to use Ushi now. But he wasn't like, oh, you can't use him because of Ushi, right? Overall, I actually think Ushi is a bit better than him, but he's still totally fine, and he can loop a bit easier than she can, so there's plenty of reasons to use him, and they have great synergy together, right? It's great. And yeah, friend EX, indeed. Like, I was just so happy with him. Great character, great voice acting, right? Just budget bro for everyone, right? Just fantastic. Well, Ushi's dead at the water. Oh, I should have brought, like, Medusa. That'd have been... This is a moment for Medusa right here. Uh-oh. Well, let's see. At least Ricky has a defense up, but I kind of want to keep the middle one alive because it won't NP for a while, and I can handle this NP, I feel. I don't think that's insane. Now, I can have Ricky go for the loop. He's got a bunch of NP gain up, and he's got the 2 cards, but Ushi kind of needs to get her NP already. The greed, though. Yeah, Blackbeard would be good, too. I would prefer Medusa, though, just because she's got upgraded quick attack up in her own battery, but you could definitely make Blackbeard work, and he gives his teammates the damage up, which is pretty nice. Blackbeard's a good solo unit, like, solo. Well, actually, when Grailed and everything, he's an okay one, actually. But no, he's a good budget unit, is what I meant to say. He's a decent support, has solid survivability, and the team healing is nice, and George is so fucking tanky. Didn't even have his defense up there. I laugh at your burn. Alright, chat, this is the important part. It's George DPS time. This is why I want George to have an upgraded NP. Although, now, to defend my boy George here, he has a CE that gives him no damage up, and it doesn't even give him an attack stat, right? So, anyone that NPs in that area, with those restrictions, or in that situation, or however you want to put it, you know, they'll see a fairly large drop-off on their damage. It'd have been hard for me to be punished for my greed there because I had the evade and the guts and everything, right? So that's kind of why I did it. So I didn't think I'd... It might have been punished if Ricky got hit, but he did have the defense up, so... The only reason I don't grail George is because he's such a staple low star that I like to use all the time, and then people will give me shit if he's grailed. That's the only reason. Actually, that's not the only reason. That's part of the reason, but it's also because I don't want to level another George. Because not only do I have to level... Because it's legit... Grail George can be great, but he can also be bad. Sometimes you want to just 3-turn cycle, right? You want to protect the team for 3 turns, but then you want to die and bring in a different unit, right? A lot of strategies want that. And 100 George is bad at that. And so then you need to level up another George, but then that George needs to have his skill ranks up, and it's not the leveling him again, that's easy. It's the skill ranks. That is the entire reason I don't do it, is because I'm afraid of the hero proofs that he needs to get his skills back up again. Like, fuck that. Like, the 45 George I leveled doesn't want his first skill leveled, so no problem. I don't fear that. But yeah, if I take George to 100, then I gotta level another George to 65, and then get his first skill at least to 10, and then I generally like getting his other skills up a bit too, so... yeah, I'm too big of a chicken for that. But I do love George, and I like his character, and I like his sprite, and his gameplay, and at level 100 he's very fun. Yeah, I've been tempted many times to rail George. What is happening? Did like an alien just bust out of the fairy's chest? I don't even. Now we're over here. Well, the fairy was still there, and there was a random beast guy. I don't think they're ever going to make insta-kill good, and I think at this point they think it's okay because it can be kind of good for farming, but not really. We've just like hung out with Burgess so much, but then we've also fought her several times, so I don't really get what's going on there. Are we fighting her now? I think we're fighting her again. Okay, well, let's take it seriously, and then if it ends up not being a thing... Okay... What? I want to summon something that's, like, reasonable. What's... So, Orion, right? Let's see... Is Chiron reasonable? I feel like Chiron's reasonable, and he's fun. Like, he's good, but I don't think he's gonna, like, you know, break the game or anything, right? So I'm okay with this. I'm not okay with this. What is going on? Okay, hold on. We should probably solo, but I can save that for YouTube. God, I love that emote so much. By the way, I do not see it as a glue emote. I don't see it as like I'm too stupid and I accidentally glued my mouth shut. I see it as he's enjoying Cheetos a lot. That's just how I see it. He's enjoying him some Cheetos, right? And good for him. So I'll pretty much never see that emote as anything other than that. Billy. It could be Doritos too. You know, I know Doritos are like the meme chip, but they're not bad. I don't have them often. I don't buy chips very often. I don't even know why, but I don't buy chips too often. But like jalapeno Doritos or just regular, they're not bad. They're not bad. Like they're kind of the meme chip, but yeah, they're not bad. I'm not sure they're my favorite. I often like a lot of like jalapeno chips that are maybe more plain, I guess. But I should try jalapeno Doritos again. It's been a long time, so I'm not really sure where they land on my hierarchy there. Alright, let's get some classic Robin. Do we Mozart, though? Let's David, just because David is not as good of a support as Mozart for damage, but he still gives you some damage, and he does damage himself, right? It's a thing. The nice thing about Mozart, though, is you get the stars to get art crits to get your NP really fast, and that is really nice. I'm guessing this is a more casual fight with Burgess. That's kind of what this feels like, but we'll see. By the way, so I've been seeing a specialist for my breathing issues and whatnot, and right now, we know something is really wrong, right? But we haven't taken any drastic action yet because I have to get these tests done, which are going to be done in a few days, and that's going to kind of know which route we need to go and everything. But in the meantime, because you know he was talking with me and you know, seeing what I've done in my history and everything, and he's like, yeah, you're pretty much already doing some of the best stuff you could do for because I use a neti pot, I use a humidifier. I watch what I eat with stuff that can affect that stuff. I use a anti-inflammation, right? I'm doing pretty much what I can do. But the advice he gave me, what I can do in the meantime, and I already knew this, but he gave me like more insight to the technical side of it, and I can like use it better. He recommended hot sauce, right? Like certain hot sauces, if I can handle it, right? Which I can. I'm a huge fan of hot sauce. But so I always knew that a lot of spices could clear out your sinuses and stuff. But there's a certain type of like chili pepper, like just the chemicals in it, that they really get the job done. And so I've been doing that, and it really helps. Like no shit, it really helps. I still got to do those other things that I need to do to help with all my breathing issues. But seriously, I got this hot sauce. It's got like the right type of pepper in it. It's got the right chemicals and stuff. And it's not bad. It's not bad. Oh, I love this doctor, and apparently he's one of the absolute best doctors for sinus issues and such in not just my city, but in like my state and even the surrounding states. But he's awesome. Like he's a huge nerd, and yeah, we got along pretty well. So, but yeah, I gotta. It's gonna be a long ordeal. I've got some pretty serious problems. It looks like, and. It's going to take a while. He said though, there's pretty much 3 routes it can go with the issues I have. There's pretty much 3 causes, and I can potentially have more than one cause at the same time, which is an issue. But one of the causes will basically mean I'm just going to have to take allergy shots for a very long time, and that's a rigorous schedule, and you feel really shitty for a while when you're taking the shots, and it's expensive, and that kind of stuff. The other route is going to be a surgery, and one of the other routes is a different surgery. And one of the surgeries, from what I understand, is pretty simple, and the recovery time will be pretty short. It's not a big deal. But the other surgery is really shitty and will take a very long time to recover and is not ideal. So we'll just see what happens. Okay, what are we going to give David here? I kind of want him to just get his NP really easily so he can overcharge Robins, but I'm going to focus on Robins. So I guess it's K-Scope. This is like Operation Robin Gober. Please, no debuffs. Don't turn to mud, Mr. Streamer. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Go for the Unlimited Blade Works one. I see what you did there. It just took so long for me to be able to see a specialist, man, so I'm just super glad that I'm finally able to, and he's actually being able to help and everything. So she's got a lot of health bars, but she's missing most of her gimmicks. What's that sign back there? What? Well, it's so specific, right? It's such a generic background, but then there's a sign there. What the hell? Well, she's got a lot of health bars, but no gimmicks other than this thing, which I'm not sure what it is. Oh, Chiron with the cool stuff, though. Literally no Robin cards. Not exactly the best start. By the way, Chiron is the best teacher in Fate. There's a lot of different teachers, and Chiron is my favorite. It's not even close, to be honest. I don't mind Scath or anything. I don't hate her. She's cool, but Chiron is awesome, dude. And some of his scenes in the book, like some of his characterization in the books that didn't quite make it into the anime, it's just awesome. He's such a great character. Like, I really, really like him. Do I have Chiron just NP? It lets Robin overcharge. Or, Art Chain. Part of me wants to give... The thing is, if I don't give Chiron... Hey, that's not Chiron's fault. That is not Chiron's fault. His students are just stupid. If I don't give him the buff, he's probably not gonna break, and then it's not good to NP with Robin. But I want to see big Robin numbers. So anyone that knows like the story up to this point, is this like a more casual fight? I really feel like this is not like some big serious fight where we're trying to kill Burgess. Just from that short bit at the start there, I really doubt this is like some murder moment going on here. Like we're just fighting for shits and giggles. That does sound like a Burgess thing to do. I could do, maybe we don't buff and we do David and that one, but then we don't do the chain then. Okay, it's so cool that he can buff someone else though, right? It's like so unique that he can do that, and Robin synergizes with buffs so much. This is tricky. He's absolutely not gonna break. Because he doesn't have an upgraded NP. I could break if I buff him though, especially if I give him both buffs. And before regret. Oh yeah, crit down. Feels good. Yeah, he would have needed both buffs, I think, to have broken there. I guess you just have David do it then. That means we don't overcharge Robin with another one's NP, but... Robin, David is actually probably going to do pretty good damage here. He's just got his own default buff and that's it. And he does not have a CE that's helping his damage either, but I think it'll still be decent. Yeah, 100k, 103, and if he had a damage CE, it'd be like 120 or something. Quite good, and then he can have his niche, and then he does his fucking insane damage. I'm actually glad the skill's still there. I don't want her to cast that thing. She always does that. Yeah, she has her in. Oh, fuck! I have all my defensives, but I didn't think she was gonna quick charge into it when she's fucking skill sealed. Thanks, game. I guess Chiron's still good. Don't hit Robin. Don't hit Robin. Okay, at least she didn't buster him. God damn, game. Okay. It's finally time. Sadly, though, Robin got like no cards. If he had gotten an art card here, he could get so much refund. Like how Chiron is just totally fine and he still has his evade. Alright. I like the heal command code there because it makes up for him hurting himself a good chunk. 299 at level 70. No Castoria or any of that nonsense. No Black Grail. We did not need that crit buff. Okay, I need you to hit Chiron here. Oh, damn it. We could have handled it. That would have been video worthy if there was another health bar, kind of, right? You could have a fun little setup for that. We could have handled it. Chiron and David were about to NP again, right? And Chiron still had evade. We could have handled it. I know we're not trying to kill her, but like, they do that in gameplay all the time where things just have one health bar, then they just retreat instead of dying, right? The health bar doesn't have to represent that, right? It's kind of silly. Like, we've had so many fights where like you do deplete all health bars and then they don't die anyway. And you could have given her 4 health bars then. I don't even know where we are. I know this is where we were, like, way earlier. Like, in the first part of, like, near the end of the first part of the story. Not really the first part of the story, but the time gate, right? Okay, not a combat node. Oh, flashback. There's Wadim. Feels bad, man! Best character. Was that like way before like the Lostbelts or whatever? Okay, now we're back in time. I'm sure Beryl will die at some point, but I don't know if he'll die in Lostbelt 6. It's hard to say. He probably will, but could be the second part. Man, Why are you not a 3-star? Fuck. I don't think Beryl fans even want Beryl to be redeemed. He's not really that kind of antagonist, right? And we're going all over the map now. I wonder if we're ever gonna go to like that, right? It's like a hive. And it'll let them use their like hornet trash mobs, right? What they should do is maybe give him a relatable or reasonable reason for the way that he is, right? But yeah, they don't need to like redeem him. He doesn't need to become a good guy or anything. But you know, you can have a sympathetic background and that kind of thing to make it more believable or something, but that's not really redeeming. Alright, probably Blobs again, although there's an assassin. But Avengers and Berserkers are normally the Blobs. Well, this has been more fun, though. I've been having more fun now because there's actual content to do, right? That little 3-man was fun, although I wish it had one more health bar, because they're not really pushing you to play well if you don't do that last health bar, right? But I've been liking it more. That caster fight was fine. Like, that caster fight was totally fine. Yeah, it's not like some top tier, oh my god, amazing boss fight, but it was totally fine, right? And that solo fight with Sith was actually pretty fun. I didn't mind that at all, and then that Burgess fight was okay, right? So we're getting places. I just don't understand why we had to wait this long. Literally, why did we have to wait this long to have, you know, content worth a damn? Doesn't make any sense. Because this is recommended level 80, I feel like soloing is more reasonable again. But with who? You know, we should use, you know, what's-her-face, Lolly Dragon. People were saying she's like the daughter of the dragon and not the dragon itself, but I'm not, sure. We'll see. I think we need Auto. Mecha Liz, she'd get wrecked here. She'd get so fucking wrecked here. Mecha Liz's straight value is pretty bad, unfortunately. I saw Otto a second ago, and now he's gone. Damn, you're killing me here. He was literally there like just a second ago, and now I can't get him. There we go. Okay, no faux items. I know the feeling. My Percival has like 101, 110 attack and like 200 health foe, and that's it. Cause I forgot to save them. Big dumb. My only concern is going to be the debuffs. That might be the end of us. Well, she has a craft essence. Obviously, the craft essence gives her attack and whatnot. And she's a 5-star. You know, 5 stars generally have decent attack stats. Even 5 stars with like the lowest attack stats, if you foe them and have an offensive CE on them and all that, they still have a perfectly reasonable attack stat. I wish I could say that for 2 stars. Steel Sanson, man. Alright, yeah, I figured there were gonna be blobs here. That assassin might be something else, though. Well, that is not the opening hand that I would have liked. Yeah, we've seen the Lostbelt tree in the background several times. Kind of been like a thing throughout. We're just a lot closer to it now. I'm not gonna lie, this is really not good for her. Most times she'd not get attacked by these guys at all, or maybe get attacked by them once, but we're gonna get like super wrecked here. Yeah, pretty easily she could have killed one of them because they're berserkers, and then kill the other on her turn. So, okay, we have a heal command code, that at least helps. The problem is the dots. Like, letting these guys hit you early on, because these enemies ramp up, so getting hit early on is not good. And, like, because the healing ultimately won't save you. Eventually, they're going to hit critical mass, and the dot will hit you for, like, 10k, and it doesn't matter if you healed the full before that, you're just dead. So, I think we're in trouble here. Maybe we'll guard. I don't know how much magic resist she has. Probably could have just done Stargin or another Buster. No reason to do double art there. No, bad start. Really bad start. We're dead. Yeah, it's just because we literally got no fucking cards for 2 hands straight. I don't really care if it's already revealed, but I mean, I'm not like, you know, unless I'm asking for it, I don't really care, right? Wait, what am I doing? Let me guess, I can't, oh no, there we go. I was gonna say, it wouldn't surprise me if I couldn't summon her. Does anyone else feel it would almost be better if her NP went from AoE to single target? I feel like that would be a lot smoother for a lot of things, right? For farming, you probably just want her AoE anyway, and then on those like wonky nodes where they do like, you know, 2-2-1 or whatever on the enemy waves, then you could switch, right, to nuke at the end or something. And then for challenge quests, you know, you can clear out trash, then you get to the boss, you go single target, right? It's really awkward at being single target to AoE, because if you need single target, it's normally pretty specific at what you're doing, and then you probably just don't need AoE at all, right? Like, where the other way around makes a lot more sense. Her NP looks cool though. I'm not like a huge fan of her character, not really my style. Like, I mean, when do I ever like the kid characters? But her NP's pretty cool, like the animation. Don't like what it represents lore-wise, but what are you gonna do? I don't know, maybe they'll do something to surprise us though and give her a costume that gives you some control, right? Some alternative options. That'd be cool. Alright, looking way better now because we can actually kill one of these. The only bad thing is though, if you like want the visor, which I think would be a minority of people, but you know, I've seen a decent number of people that want it. So if you're someone that wants the visor, but then you have a setup where you want the switch, and then I mean, you can just take the visor off for that. Because I guess having a smooth scenario where like the switch just goes super smooth for you is going to be a bit rare, I feel. The nice thing is though, like in a solo, last minute stand, or a challenge quest or whatever, team or not team, it is pretty easy to just get as much value out of her single target as possible, and then when she's out of gas, use the third skill to just for the battery. It's like, yeah, you'd probably rather have another single target NP, but just getting another free NP off is not bad. Like, I do not think she's a bad unit. She is a little wonky, but it's kind of fun, right? Wonky can be fun to use. So even though like she's not my cup of tea or any of that, I think her gameplay is kind of interesting and certainly different, and you absolutely can get value out of her third skill. And like, you don't have to be super meta 3-turn everything to be worth using, right? Like have fun for God's sakes. Okay. I cast our first 2 skills here. I'm expecting to get punched this turn. So I think the dream is we kill... Well, this is actually gonna be awkward, because I'm gonna kill this one, and if I do a lot of damage to the other one, we're not gonna need to MP him. But if I have to normal card this... Okay, that's actually better. That's gonna make, like, this... It'll make my kit line up better, because now I can like loop an NP again, potentially, and then I can actually NP the one with more health. Although, actually, their hit counts are so low. Shit. Okay, that didn't quite work out the way I wanted it to. I could third skill and probably kill them both, but, yeah, and I wanted this one to die. Okay, now this is getting awkward. Well, we can take this opportunity to heal, which is good. I think this removes dots, actually, so that's super handy. I don't need to kill either one of them this turn, because I actually want one of them alive. I want to NP next turn. Oh fuck, don't kill it. Oh fuck, fuck, fuck. No, no. Woo! Okay, although actually if I killed it, then I guess I could just not NP next turn, like, entirely. But I want to kill one and then target switch to the other one to make more stars and refund and all that. I think it's worth getting rid of these now. Let's see what happens here. How much will overkill help us? I want to okay, there we go. I'm going to NP here, and then we'll third skill and then AoE. Unless the boss is just like super single target crazy nonsense. The tricky part is... Oh, it's one of those. The tricky part, though, is our third skill has our survivability on it. That's the tough part. I'm glad we're at neutral. That'll make this a little more interesting. I can probably face tank. Man, that's some loopability right there, though. I mean, that's impressive. You know, she can operate as a single target without her third skill. Again, though, it is tough in like a challenge quest or something, because her survivability is tied to it. So that is probably the funkiest part of it. Okay, well, we got skill sealed. Okay, I want to transform when he has his NP. So I think I can still do this. I tell you though, her straight value, she crits a lot, she NPs a lot, and she does have a hard survival skill. I think her total value is quite good. I really do. Like, I think she's a good unit. It's just weird. I wish this enemy was tougher because we could show her value right as she's about to fall off. Because I think we might kill this guy before our value starts to fall off. But like right as her value starts to fall off, you can then use her third skill. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I think we might die because of that. I need my invulnerability though. Why you gotta double skill seal me? Why is this guy? Oh fuck. Well, we need to do as much damage as possible, or we need to heal. If we heal, we're still looking pretty rough on surviving. I can use the Arjuna one and you know what sucks is I have a lot of damage if I do like NP. If I do a Buster card right here, then NP, and then this art card, that'd be really good damage. And then I'd get bad NP gain, but then I could use my third skill and it'd be fine. The problem is, if I want to heal, I do like the worst cards possible. Or the 2 cards with no crit chance. They're not color synced. But I have to try to live, right? I either try to kill him or I try to live, and I don't think I can kill him. I don't have my attack up. We do have the 2 defense downs, but I don't think that's enough. I think we could get close to killing him. If I could use my first skill, I think we could kill him. I don't know, if we crit, maybe we do kill him. If the Buster crits, I actually think we kill him. If the Buster crits, I absolutely think we kill him. That's only 40%. So what do I think is better? A 40% crit chance versus healing for 1,300. I'd be at about 5,000 health. I feel like it is decently likely that this guy is going to do 5,000 damage, but it's possible that he doesn't. I'm gonna go with the 40%. I'm gonna go with the 40%. If we don't kill though, we're dead, right? Because without the heal, there's no way we're living. Is this music playing our Requiem, right? Fuck! She might kill anyway. Those defense downs are a thing. Not a good start though, not a good start. We get another defense down, that's right. Ugh. That's not enough. That's not enough. I should have healed. I should have healed! It didn't matter, he crit for us for 6,000 anyway. Okay. Okay, guy. Yeah, her NP damage there was pretty bad. Damn. It's just because he skill sealed us. She can win. What we need to do is try to deal with the debuffs, the dots, with our command codes, and then we need to save the skill seal. Or we need to save the debuff clear for the skill seal, because that's what got us. He did it twice in a row. Fucking jackass. Oh, is it like Lancelot's, where it gives you flat damage? It's still fine though. It still helps your normal cards a decent amount. It doesn't help the NP very much. But it does make your normal cards if you have, because I had 3 of them, right? If you have 3 of them, that makes your normal card an extra attack to a nice extra bit of oomph. Now that is a nice opening. I'm actually going to keep George alive because we might even, like this, we might kill them both before I need my taunts. Which is kind of cheating, but I don't even care. We use what we got. Well, actually, a lot of times we don't do that, but... Oh. Oh. How did that happen? Should have done the more damaging combo. Or attacked the other enemy that had less health. I had faith, and I was not rewarded for it. Okay, well, she got this one at least. The good news is, if she didn't get cards there, George could have done the 1,700 damage, and he would have killed the other one. And then when she had access to her whole deck, she would have killed that one. So it still would have been fine. Because, you know, George might be level 1, but he is capable of doing 1,700 damage if he gets a Brave Chain. I want stars, but it's not a good time to use the heal command code. But it normally is just not a good time to use the heal command code. We'll use it now. I would expect Oberyn's stage 3 to be very flamboyant, I'll say that. That would be my expectation. But you never know. She probably has a BM, she's a 5-star. Maybe I go for this one, actually. I could kill it if I did the Buster card. But maybe if I double crit, I kill it anyway. I don't know about that. She's only gonna do like 45k? Maybe 50k? 53. Come on, crit, crit, crit. Oh, for fuck's sakes. I think she'll still kill, just... less NP gain. We needed one crit there, and I could NP again. That's really frustrating, man. Because she had plenty of stars, couldn't get one crit. Now we get Foobarred. Okay, now, kind of wish I had my quick, wait a minute. That's so bullshit. So the whole reason I don't have my heal is because I tried to make stars, like for the, you know, for like the setup, but we didn't crit, so it wasn't worth it. It never amounted to anything, so that was a mistake. Yeah, healing for 1,000 now would be good. I think we might lose. We just can't deal with these dots. We're just gonna take so much damage here. I needed to kill that guy, and I could have. If I just crit, we would have killed that guy right there. Yeah, we're fucked. Yeah, you're so fucked. We'll at least do that, get some health. Yep, 2 years for Percival, feels bad. NA life. Big part of why I don't main NA. Like, we're pretty much dead now. Like, we just took so much damage there. We're fucked. Yeah, I mean, I can't even use my debuff clear because it's on Buster. So I'm like, I'm just gonna die to the dots. I'm gonna have to transform really early because I gotta remove the dot. I mean, there's like no option. The problem is if I use my third skill, my damage tanks. But I gotta be able to phase tank at least one turn with my health bar. There's no way we win otherwise. I think I need to try to kill him before he NP. I still took 1,500 damage, dude. I think I have to do this now. This lets me use Atlas though, which could really help me. Because like her first skill is a lot of damage. Alright, I forgot she heals herself with that. I completely forgot that. That helps. I think we BBB. Oh, we got it. We got a shot still. I thought those dots were just going to be the end of us, but we got a shot. Okay, that's the other. I never saw this before. That's the other animation. So which one's the rare one? Because I saw the dragon one twice before. The dragon's the rare one? That's funny because... no, wait, that one's the rare one? Okay, well, I saw the dragon twice in a row, so I'm going to say beware if that was the rare one, but chat's not in agreement here, so... Okay, we have defense up. I can heal. That's a big help. I think she's actually got this little last second of survivability here. I can get the extra heal, but less chance to crit. I need to crit, though. I think we do it like this. Okay, we actually win if we don't die here. Oh my god. Oh, he's a dum-dum. Oh my god, him critting us right off the bat like that. Like, are you kidding me? He had double attack up and he crit for so much damage. Jesus Christ. I don't even care. I don't even care. Because the thing is, we would not be in this mess if we had crit that blob. And we had a really good crit chance. And we didn't need to double. If we just crit once, like, we would be so accelerated. We'd have taken a lot less damage. and had less dots on us if we had just crit way back then. And we were so favored to crit. I don't feel bad about that at all, because we wouldn't need that RNG right there if that hadn't happened. So fuck it, I'll take it. That was really close though, holy crap. That was no joke. Now the snake, it's 1-to-1. The snake won a minute ago, so it's Lolly 1, snake 1. Man, the pacing in this Lostbelt though is so bad. It's so bad. Like, some of the fights are definitely getting better and it's starting to be more fun, but there was no reason that we had to wait until like chapter 18 or 16 or whatever. And like, there's just no reason for that. The salty 1-1. Is that the monster that we saw? Like the Celtic god thing? I can't imagine them introducing even more stuff at this point. I'm gonna take a quick break. I need to get water and deal with some sinus nonsense. So I'm gonna do that, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. And we'll do a little bit more, but then what I'll probably do is I'll probably wrap up after a few more fights, and then I'll stream a little bit later, and I'll play Punishing Grey Raven, because I want to give that game a fair shake, because I really didn't last night, because I didn't have a lot of time, and I kind of felt like crap. So I want to give that a go later. But give me just a minute. We'll play more FGO in just a second here. I need to just get water and all that, so I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. Alright, where are we at here? Assassin node. I wonder if it's even bigger snake. If you know, let's see if it is. Let's go Proto Coup. See if we get some anti-beast damage here. Okay, a little loud on the music there. Like fighting God song right there. One day Proto Coup will have his moment, man. He'll get a buff and an animation update one day. It's just gonna take a while. As soon as they decide to do stuff with Prototype, I think he'll be fine, right? Then they'll give him shenanigans. It's just whenever they get around to that. Like it has less to do with Proto Coup, I think more to do with Prototype, why he's been so ignored, like for sure. It is true, technically Proto Coup, that is not a beast. And there's 3 waves, so us being class neutral and having no niche or anything is atrocious, and okay, fuck you, George. I'm just getting out of here now. Fucking George, dude. Every time. It's like, that was such an uphill battle, and then like, that's what you give me. Thanks, game. Also, it's so annoying to have taunt walls when you're fighting an enemy that's just AoE like that, because then they're just taking your deck. That's all they're doing, is they're taking your deck. Let's try Babbage. He's probably gonna want command code, so hold on a second here.
Yeah.
Okay. Part of me wants to do heal boost on Buster. It depends on if you need damage, like a lot of peak damage or not. I'm definitely going to use the heal command code. I just don't know if I want the heal boost as well. It's easy for Babbage to play that way because you can put heal boost on Buster and heal on Art. I guess we'll do it. I'm just worried I'm going to lower my damage. Like, too much. Is the heal boost on somebody? I hate this UI. I'm just... Oh my god. Nope, that's not it. I just don't get why you can't switch command codes from one servant to another. There's just no reason for that. It's either not on somebody and I just didn't see it, or it's on something really random. Oh, there it is. It's because of my main account, it's in the middle, not like to the far side like that. This is such a nice command code. Now, it can be used poorly. Like, even now, I'm not 100% sure I necessarily want that card potentially lowering the crit chance of other cards. I'm not really sure, but I'm rolling with it. But it's a really nice option, especially in team play. I think it's really good in team play. But even if you don't need the Star Absorb on it, it gives you crit up as well. It's just really nice. Actually, I'm going to put that on his quick card, and that way I can have a dot removal on my art card. And sometimes you need NP gain, and you do art, quick art, and all that, so it's fine. We'll do the heal on this one. I may be over-preparing here. see, there's that or just the debuff clear. Probably the debuff clear. Because, of course, it's on like Achilles, yep. The debuff clear is good because it lets you get rid of your own dots, enemy dots, and then any other random debuff you might get. So this is actually a problem a lot of gaming companies have. And I've seen a lot of developers talk about it, and it's also just something in the business world. So gaming got so big, right? Like back 30 years ago, gaming was, you know, barely even a thing, right? Like video games. But they're now the largest, like, think about it. In 30 years, video games went from being basically nothing and being a niche's niche to being the most profitable entertainment business on the planet. It has massively eclipsed music and movies and all that stuff, right? And in such a short time. So you have a lot of people in the video game industry that are only there for the money. What card am I on? Oh, right, I'm replacing this one. Anyway, so a lot of people in the video game industry, they're just suits. They're just executives, right? They know nothing about video games. They're just looking to make money. They're looking for their next earnings report to look good, right? And that kind of mindset does not build a good foundation for something in the long run, right? That's why you have a lot of like games just fall apart and like really successful IPs just implode on themselves. It happens a lot, and I think a big part of it is because Aniplex is that. Aniplex is not a bunch of nerds that understand video games, right? There's a bunch of executives in suits that have never played a video game in their life that want to make as much money as possible, and they don't understand like player goodwill in the long run and any of that stuff. And that's a problem in a lot of corporate environments, not just gaming, but I think it's extra bad in gaming, right? There's plenty of corporations that make those kind of mistakes with like short-term profit versus long-term profit. That's a very common issue, but I think it's just so like exacerbated in the video game industry, especially the AAA video game industry. That's where it's super bad. Because like and Aniplex is just like the worst of the worst, right? I think Aniplex really is like the worst of the worst. They're horribly out of touch, and they're insanely greedy. It's a terrible combo because they're not actually doing a good job of being greedy, for God's sakes. So they're just like shitting it up for everyone. All right, let's not. The amount of times I have forgotten to replace that 45 George. I almost forgot there. My eye just happened to catch it there, and I was like, oh shit. The only games now that are really pure games, you know, by gamers is indie devs. That's what it is. You know, they don't have the budgets and the money, but generally that's where you see that kind of stuff, where you see a lot of the passion and stuff. And there are passionate people that work in AAA, absolutely, but you know, their power and influence is limited. Where indie devs have a lot more freedom and a lot more creativity, but they also have less money. So, you know, there's pros and cons. I almost want to do invulnerability right now just to kind of set it up in the long run, because we've got a long fight ahead of us. By taunt, though, he won't necessarily attack 3 times. Yeah, I think we do that, and hopefully only attacks us like once or twice. Because he's counterclassing George, so... Yeah, I like indie games too, but again, they can only handle certain genres and stuff. There's a certain style of game that you're just really never going to see. Well, maybe not never, because as technology improves, it becomes more manageable to make video games on a smaller budget or with a smaller staff, especially if you're not chasing just ridiculous photorealistic graphics all the time. You know, technology definitely makes the barrier to entry smaller, right? So with time, you might see more and more crazy shit from indie devs. That's actually kind of exciting to think about. Now, I could NP and absolutely kill this guy right now. Could normal card him down, probably take 2 turns. I wonder if I could, if I buff myself, I could kill this guy really fast, but if I don't buff myself at all, I wonder if I could NP Art. I wonder if that would be enough to kill. Let's find out. I'm worried this actually won't do enough damage because I don't have my NP up and I don't have my attack up. And I'm not doing a Buster Chain, right? I'm doing everything possible to lower my damage here. Okay, probably should have done at least one of my buffs. Or just done a Buster Chain. If I had just done the Buster Chain, I would have killed him. His damage is pretty low, though, and I had to say that. He heard me talking. It's still okay, though. We'll use this turn for NP gain. That's not really that bad. Like, we took pretty minor damage there, and it gives me a turn off my command code cooldown, and it gives me a lot of NP gain, so it kind of worked out. If he hadn't crit me, it would have really worked out, and it would have been super worth. It's another ghost! Oh, man, I wonder what the third wave is. Because I brought Atlas, I really should have attacked up on that first ghost. But I think we'll save it now. And we'll do BB this time, though. Ghost gang, yep. They're having more fun with these stages, though. You know, they're throwing some stuff at us to actually mess around with. Hey, look, Chad, it's almost like when the game does good things, I point it out, and when the game does bad things, I point it out. Imagine that. Imagine not being a blind fanboy to one side or the other. Like Lostbelt 5-2, really good shit. Challenge quest design, really good shit. Yeah, I honestly can't think of a challenge quest where they blew it, right, in a long time. I've seen a few times where I think they overtuned something, or undertune something a little bit, but the undertuning you can still have fun with. And they don't overtune very often. Like, overtuning can be a bit of a problem when it happens, but it's pretty rare that they do that. I think overall, they're very creative and do a very good job with their challenge quests. And main story fights, you know, the big ones. Like, I remember when I got into FGO and I was fighting Gwen and stuff, and, you know, that was more fun and all that. I would never have imagined just how creative they would get with this combat system, like with Zeus and some of the... I mean, there's been some crazy challenge quests, man. There's just crazy shit out there, right? Like, and like Gilfest and all that. Like, I never would have imagined some of the stuff they came up with. Okay. Do we go for crits right now, even though it's not a Buster? Hey, look, another ghost. Yeah, we don't really need the Buster Chain. Probably no debuffs here, so I'll just do that. Do I want to shuffle my crits? No. No, this is perfect. I guess I didn't need to remove that debuff, actually. I could have used the other art card. The heal was on cooldown. Is he just dead? Oh my god, he's just dead. Wow. Fuck him, I guess. I really dig that that wolf boss, though. That was cool. I wish it was a little harder, but it was pretty cool. And they actually gave him, you know, some effort into his sprite, which I'm honestly surprised by. Huh. So they're like hinting at, like, you know, they left and there's still a ghost there. I wonder what what's the deal there. Probably this is probably like a little side thing, like Haunted Wood or whatever. I doubt it's like some major plot event going on right now. Okay, now we're getting some information about the past, I would imagine. These obviously represent the fairies. Plants versus zombies. Crazy how old that is now. I guess that ghost we saw we're gonna fight now. Yeah, I guess you know, you're probably going to this forest or what's past the forest for an important reason, but what's in the forest I don't think is that important, right? It's like, you know, spooky ghosts and stuff. It's a little fillery, but I'm guessing like their destination is important, I would assume. At least they're not forcing these story supports on us right now. I don't know why. They're really arbitrary about that, man. I don't really get it. We can just do Babbage again. Let's see if this is harder than the previous fight. See if he can keep it up. Yeah, we'll probably... The only reason I don't want to summon a... I was going to summon a Kemlon George, but if it's an AoE boss, you want your Georges to have the same health. And Kemlon gives you more health, so we should probably stick with that. Dude, I tell you, that was shocking when I saw that their technical side for development only has 7 staff members. That's insane. I would not want to be one of those 7 staff members, dude. That is just fucked. And they might even have less now. They could have more, because the people they pulled off for Sakura Wars weren't necessarily in that department, but who knows? But they could definitely have less. Like, they seriously... And that would really explain... Like, the way the game's been operating over the last, like, year and a half, looks like a skeleton crew. It absolutely does. Like, the way they've been handling things is like a skeleton crew. And because of the problems that Sakura Wars was having, it would not surprise me if they pulled technical people off and put them on Sakura Wars. So that really would explain a lot of the nonsense. And yeah, 7's not like a leak from a disgruntled employee or anything. They said that themselves in an interview. Now, it was a while ago, but like I said, since then, they actually said that they pulled people off of FGO. So, medium-sized ghost I see, who has evade. Looks like 1 time though, but maybe he reapplies it every turn. Shame I don't have a sure hit command code equipped. Weird seeing a generic ghost with a break bar. Not something you see every day. I have a feeling he's going to apply that evade every turn. Yep. Looks like he tried to cast something else, but it like had no target, or... I wonder if it was a debuff and he was trying to target the dead George. Oh, music's looping. Some hype music in here. Let's see. I'm gonna do probably not our 3rd skill though. Let's do it like that. Dude, I love Rat Jam. What a great emote. I like Blob too. Blob, Rainbow Please, Rat Jam, they're all great. But Rat Jam is definitely better than Cat Jam in my opinion. I don't hate Cat Jam, nothing wrong with Cat Jam, but Rat Jam is definitely the superior one. Yeah, I need a break here. I wonder, maybe I should have done my quick card with the command code. Oh fuck, I was looking at chat, I was distracted by Rat Jam. What? He just Thanos'd himself. I'm guessing that's supposed to represent him like stealthing and, you know, fucking off, presence concealment or whatever. Like he's a survivor, right? He's stalking us. But, yeah, it looked like he Thanos'd himself. I'm guessing this is a ghost of someone more significant. Like Blob Dance just looks like, you know, he's having a good time, man. You can't hate on that guy. It's kind of like I was talking about the whole negativity, positivity thing. It's like you know, if I'm criticizing something and someone else is blob dance and they're enjoying the thing, good for them. I don't want to slap it out of their hands and, you know, I don't want to ruin their fun, right? But I'm not going to not speak my opinion, right? I'm not going to act like I don't. If I think something's bad or bad game design or unfair or whatever, I'm going to say it, right? I'm not going to hide that kind of stuff. But I'm not looking to slap the, you know, the Game Boy out of someone's hands here, right? Like, if people are having a good time, good for them, right? Enjoy or don't enjoy whatever you want, right? Freedom, it's nice. Not the Game Boy. That's kind of a dated reference now, isn't it? So is it ghost friendly now? Man, those enemy blobs are really strange because, like, they're not like purple mist stuff. They're almost like weaving out of cloth almost. It's kind of wild. Okay, I saw that 3 NPC. I think we're fighting some nasty Avenger blobs and we have a bunch of story supports. Let me look at what it is. Oh boy, fun's over. Let's see. We can show off Morgan. I feel like we haven't shown off Morgan too much. That's something. That's a newer unit. That's kind of a fun way to get through the whatever stuff. Yeah, sure, why not? I think she has battery on her first skill, right? I think. We'll do the fairy bullshit here. Some AoE nonsense. Let's Chin Gong. That's always a good unit for this kind of thing. I don't think I have Ox King on my ult account. I don't think I could be bothered. I do not blame past me. Skipping Go West is an understandable and relatable thing to do. It's gonna be debuffs. No West, indeed. I will say, I do like the challenge quest that they added in the rerun, which we only ever got to do once, which is why I would really... Why can't we have a boss rush mode that brings back old challenge quests or whatever, man? Like, goddamn. There's a lot of just so much fun stuff that you just never get to do again. But the grinding one mat to grind the mat you actually need and just could not be bothered, right? Like, I did it on my main, and I did it on my main, and I did it on NA, I think, the first time, but, that was it. Yeah, the new kit one. Ox King is good though. I know absolutely if you can muscle through it and get it over with, it's a damn good CE, and it's just fun too. It's just a fun CE to mess around with, like big fun. They have break bars. You bought something like this early in the story, if I remember correctly, like really early in the story. Well, let's see here. I want to say on their first break bar they shared health, so you could normal card one of these health bars down and then NP and blow them all up. That's like the smart thing to do if you can't loop, which we kind of can't loop, but I already buffed. Let me think. Okay, for science, we'll try to single target it down and see what happens. If their health is not split though, this is going to be a really bad decision. Uh-oh. It might have been at the end of the turn, I don't remember. Nope, their health is just not... Okay. Mistake. Maybe when you break one, they all break? Interesting, they do poison instead of curse. The other ones did curse, I think. Come on, gas, gas, gas. I like that crit. Nope, they're not shared in any way. I have wasted so much time. Like another curse and poison. The bastards. As much as I want to cast her Artoria NP, it's hard to pass up on the art. I will never understand why it starts so zoomed in on her lip. I really don't get that. Oh, nice. She got 50%. He poisoned us with his last breath. Oh, I see. That's what they're applying right there. They give themselves that on-death effect. You can see the skull on the timer. So, I don't really like Morgan's gameplay for Morgan, right? I don't think it fits her too well. But it's fun gameplay, and it's certainly interesting. I wish Morgan, though, was done a bit differently, but it is certainly interesting how they did it. But, you know, Buster's dead, so on and so forth. We might not kill. No, I think we'll kill that one. We got Chingong's buff, right? Yeah, we're fine. About to get deleted by some dots. Asclepius didn't get to do anything. Look at all these bells. You see, like, they look, it's almost like cloth, right? It's kind of strange. Oh, that was Lolly, Wagon. A 5 AP one. This is probably a bit of a nothing burger. You probably have to use the lolly, I bet. There's a whole lot of frenemy stuff going on in this Lostbelt, I've noticed. Yeah, the blobs are pretty much always Avenger or Berserker from what I've seen. I'm assuming that's the ghost from before. I'm assuming that's Vinch bullshit right there. Awfully modern, right? Looking there. Yeah, there, I figured. I wonder if we're gonna have a big fight with her in this story. Well, maybe we're fighting her right now, but I don't think she would just be an Avenger, so... Oh, there's 2 NPCs, so I guess we're not soloing. Let me see, what are they? Okay, what do we want to use here? I'm gonna put up, let me whip out my other screen here. I want, use Beowulf. Back some Avengers with a Berserker, you know? Yeah, this is Dragon Roost Island song. Quite good. If her story concludes here, then I think she might well be the Anniversary Servant. If her story does not conclude here, then I don't think so. Also, if her story doesn't conclude here, I suspect she will get a whole main story dedicated to her, like Limbo, because they love stalling Lostbelt. So.
ようこそレオナルド
I got spooked by Beowulf when trying to get Percival, so I got an MP3 now, which is pretty cool. Although the fact that I have been spooked to, like, by everything you can be spooked by over the years, except for Hercules, is starting to get a little old. But I'm kind of used to it at this point. If we could get a free 4-star ticket, that would be great, because I'll just pick Herc. Although then he'll be NP1, and I'll feel like I need to get one more copy of him. But it's a start. You know, you gotta get NP1 to get NP2, guys. I can count. That Lancelot though, Cairo's Pride and Joy there. I almost want to use that just because I know Cairo's got him, like, he's put so much effort into this unit. It's like an NP4. He's not 2K FO'd yet. I'm surprised he's not 2K FO'd yet. I know he doesn't play like JP a lot. He skips a lot of events, but I'm surprised he hasn't done that. Although I guess Cairo was kind of obligated to, yeah, do that. So, look at that 10. He has a higher attack stat than Sanson. No, wait, does he though? Because some of that's from, no, some of that is from this. So actually, I don't think he does. They're probably around the same then. Because it's only level 26. But, yeah, no, I don't think he's beating Sanson. No. I think they are very close though, because they're both 2-stars, and Sanson's, like in the 14k health area, so they're probably about the same, actually. But that would be so depressing if he had more attack than Sanson. Alright, yeah, I was gonna do Beowulf, but we'll do some Lancelot. You know, protection of the fairies, right? Makes total sense here. Could be debuffs. I guess Asclepius. Nothing like a gorilla. I'm gonna wrap up in just a little bit though. I'm gonna wrap up and then I'll take a quick break and then I'll stream again. I'm gonna stream Punishing Grey Raven later tonight. Yeah, I heard Aniplex. What the fuck? Is that a corrupt fairy dragon? Is that what that is? That's a look. He's seen better days. They have guts, I see. Why does it say NPC? Alright, what's the play here? I don't want Lancelot to get one turned. Oh right, I shouldn't have used that. I forgot that. I don't know why I keep forgetting that it has battery on it. Alright, let's make some stars.
一撃一瞬で終わらせる石灰剣技開始つなげイノセンスアロンダイト
So I guess just for the whole story, the story support caster Tori has got that like random activation, or like every few turns she activates her first skill thing. Because, you know, she needed to be stronger. I don't really know why they did that. It is weird seeing level 105. Alright, let's do it. Rar. There is no world where they let us go to level 200. That is definitely not happening. Looks like with 1,000. Oh, he came back again. Yikes. I bet. Oh, that NPC is saying you have to use the. I bet you she has to get the killing blow because she's an NPC, right? And they made you bring her. That's what that's saying. So he'll probably guts until she gets the killing hit. I've seen them do that gimmick before. Wait, does it have to be Caster or Toria? Oh god, no. Not like this. Well, man, we've killed that guy so many times too. He's like the dot is killing him as well. Yeah, I bet you, I guess because she's special, you know, fairy nonsense, she's gotta put him down or whatever. Let's see if this works. Nope. No, it's still coming back. I don't even. I don't even. Maybe it has to be. Maybe it has to be her NP has to be the killing blow. That's because I saw special text pop up there. Because she killed them earlier, it's just she didn't kill them with an NP. She killed with a normal attack, so I guess it has to be her NP. Yeah, I basically had to run through every option there, and we ended up being the last option, but we got it. They've done gimmicks like this before, where a forced story support had to get the killing blow on something for it not to activate guts. Like they did that with Pyramid and Masashi, I remember. I think they've done it a few other times too. Well, I guess we have to get our NP ASAP then. Asclepius is good like that though. A lot of times force supports can run fun. Every once in a while though it's okay. Like the Percival fight earlier was fine because he was such a small part of the team. What I don't like though, and this is like their new shtick, and I hate this. I hate this so much. What they're starting to do is you have force supports, but they don't take up the support slot, so then you still have to summon one of your friend's units. I hate that. And that's like them not understanding, in my opinion. I think that's like them being like, oh, see, people didn't like all the force supports because they couldn't summon their friend unit to carry them. So we'll still let them summon their friend's unit to carry them, but we'll still force these units on your team. It's like, no, that's like, it's even worse, right? So yeah, that I not digging so much. Just in case you have to get them down to minimum life and then have her NP kill them, I'm gonna smack it once. I don't think that's the case, but... And if they, here's the thing, if they wanted to do it that way, I don't even mind, but then give you the option to not use the support system at all. And I think the game should already have that. You should be able to just pass on the support system if you want to. You know, I don't want that many of not my units on the team. I don't want my friend's unit and then like 2 to 4, actually 5 even of the preset units, right? That's just, I want to use my stuff. You know, I want to have control over the fucking team, for God's sakes. Now, I don't mind every once in a while them doing gimmicks like right here where the special unit has to kill the enemies and stuff, or like the escort quest with Liz and the challenge quest with the dragon and Guildfest, right? I don't mind them doing stuff like that when it's tailored and blah 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 blah. So I guess that's where you figure out she's not Lancelot, although you kind of knew that a long time ago. But anyway, but yeah, having so little control over your own team is not, it's not fun, right? And because I think you can do stuff every once in a while for stories, like, oh man, Castor Artoria's got to do the thing and fight the bad guy or whatever. You know, you can do that, but you can do it in a way where it's only Castor Artoria and you get control of at least everything else on the team, and you can make it a fight where Castor Artoria is not useless, right? Like make the enemy a assassin or something, right? And then it's fine, right? Like there's ways to do it for story supports. It's okay, right? Especially if it's only one. It's only one, it's fine. But when they literally have had multiple stages where you have like 3 to 5 story supports on your team, it's like, what the hell, man? Alright, I want to see like what's going on here. Yikes. Are we foiling Vinch's plans right now? Yeah, it kind of looks like that. Think she just pieced out. It's a dragon skeleton, interesting. I guess she was trying to get its power, because I know that's what she said in Lostbelt 5. The whole reason she came here is because she was trying to get it. But I think she, the lolly here already has it. Yeah, I'm thinking there's going to be a 6.5. I think there's going to be a 6.2, then a 6.5, then a Lostbelt 7. Dude, I hate that format, though, the way they've been doing it. It's just so dragged out, man. What the fuck? This must be the past. This must be, like, explaining why she's, like, got the dragon's power. I'm guessing she's, like... You know, she's that other like serpent spirit thing, and then like some shit with Aurora there, and now she's got the power that Vortigern's supposed to have. Thank you, but you know, what are you gonna do? So she's basically like that serpent fairy legend plus the power of that dragon, the white dragon. Yeah, the plot, like, I said that a while ago, the plot just, like, so bends over backwards to make sure things, like, progress for Vinch and she's not, you know, defeated or, you know, that kind of thing. Although her plans seem to be getting foiled, but, you know, she's not, you know, she's always going to escape until, like, the moment, like, oh, now it's Vinch's moment, right? Like, she's being, like, prolonged like that. I wonder if that's all she's gonna do in this story, though. Yeah, I definitely think we're gonna have 6-1, which is what we're doing right now. 6-2, which will be in like 6 months. And then 6 months after that, it'll be 6-5, which is gonna be Vinch's, you know, moment. And then 6 months after that, it'll be Lostbelt 7. And then 6 months after that, it'll probably be the real ending. So, oh my god. It's gonna be a while. Is that the spirit of the dragon, or is that like just someone that was like related to the dragon or something? Because they seem like that's that ghost that was following us, and they've been talking to us a lot. So I'm assuming they were like guiding us here, and what needed to be done is done, and now they're gonzo or whatever. More bells. So I wonder if that was like a projection, and because it got wrecked, she got like, got severed, and she got like smacked because of it. She's obviously not dead though. Remembering foe for some reason. That's a face. I wonder how popular she's gonna be. I know a lot of people like her a lot, so I wonder how, like her, whenever she gets added in like 6.5 or whatever, I wonder how much people will roll and such. So this, oh wow, this must be a long time ago then. The tree's still here. That's interesting, because I knew like people were saying mashments back in time, but this is before the tree got cut down. Yeah, a lot of people don't like her, but a lot of people like her. I mean, Tam in general is popular, right? So she's quite popular. She's a really popular character that is a bit divisive. It's kind of like Shiro, right? Shiro has a massive amount of fans, but there's more people that dislike him than you typically see for a character, right? Like a lot of characters out there, either people really like them or they're neutral about them, right? And that's pretty much it. But there are some characters where, they may have, loads and loads of fans just like Shiro, but then they have people that don't like them. Well, I guess Shiro also was my example of someone not being liked, so that didn't really make any sense. You get what I'm saying, though. But even though she has people that don't like her, there is still a massive number of people that like Vinch. I definitely get the Shiro hate. It's not that hard to comprehend. He acts like a moron, and he gets bailed out by plot armor all the time. Like, that's pretty easy to comprehend. A lot of people not really into the whole teenager main character thing anyway, right? So, and it's not hard to see why people like him either, right? Like, I don't like Shiro, but it's not hard for me to understand why people like him. Pretty simple, really. And even if he wasn't a main character and he didn't have plot armor all the time, I still wouldn't really like him. I wouldn't probably dislike him as much, but there's not a whole lot there that I like, really. I would agree that Shiki is the best main character from Type Moon, definitely. She's one of the better main characters out there. I don't like a lot of main characters, to be honest, but I like Shiki just fine. She's a cool character. Yeah, I guess you got other Shiki too, right? And he's also a main character. A lot of cutscenes here. I feel like after whatever we're doing at the corpse of the dragon and the tree here, I bet you we're going to meet Mash at the tree. I bet you Mash is going to come back to our timeline here, I bet. But after that, I think then we're going to go do whatever the finale of 6-1 is. Which I suspect will be fighting Sith, Burgist, the Dragon Lolly, and then like Morgan or something, and that'll oh, maybe not Morgan though. I don't know. I'm iffy on Morgan. I could see Morgan living until 6-2, and just because she wasn't in the trailer really makes me think Morgan is not going to be done here. Just because in the anime trailer you saw no Morgan whatsoever, right? But I don't know. There's a lot of weird shit that might. You got that Celtic god and everything. That might be the stuff we see later. Oh yeah, it's certainly possible to like Shiro and then it's not mutually exclusive, right? You can like Shiro and also think the plot armor is stupid, of course. But what I'm getting at is kind of like a lot of people obviously aren't going to like that kind of main character, you know, he's pretty stubborn and kind of stupid and they're not going to relate to or care about all the like, you know, survivor's guilt issues and like not really feeling like a full person and all that kind of stuff, right? And a lot of people don't really care about that one way or the other. But then you have the negative stuff, and then he also has the plot armor, right? But you can see why other people like him too. It's easy to see why people like him. Right? I think it's so unsurprising that Shiro is divisive. I think it's pretty normal. But if anything, it's a good thing. I don't have to like Shiro, but it's like he's not like a generic self-insert. He's a character, right? He is a fucking character. So, doggo, I'm guessing Caster Coup, because that's definitely one of his dogs. But yeah, I'll take a character that I don't like personally over a self-insert. And I don't think he's, you know, badly written really or anything like that. It's just he's not my cup of tea, right? That's all there is to it. Okay, I think we'll wrap up there. I'm gonna get. I don't want to get things to get out of hand, right? I don't want to like get to do a bunch of boss fights and stream for 9 hours. So I'm gonna take like maybe a 30-minute break or something. I'm gonna relax a bit. I'm gonna eat, all that kind of stuff, and then I'm gonna stream again. That Punishing Gray Raven game, so I want to give it a fair shot and actually play it. I didn't really get to play it last night, so I want to get in there and play it. I got better controls set up for it, so it should be like smoother and everything. So we'll check that out. And then obviously more FGO tomorrow, and I'm going to make a video for that caster fight, because that was actually pretty fun, right? We'll do like Alex and Ushi and all that, and it'll be a fun video. And yeah, I will see you all either in like 30 minutes or whatever for Punishing Gray Raven, and for everyone else, hopefully tomorrow for more FGO. Thanks so much for hanging out, and I am out of here.